Jungle Tales of Tarzan by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Narrated by Peter Silverleaf. Chapter 1. Tarzan's First Love. Tika, stretched at luxurious ease in the shade of the tropical forest, presented, unquestionably, a most alluring picture of young, feminine loveliness. Or at least so thought Tarzan of the Apes, who squatted upon a low swinging branch in a nearby tree and looked down upon her. Just to have seen him there, lolling upon the swaying bough of the jungle forest giant, his brown skin mottled by the brilliant equatorial sunlight which percolated through the leafy canopy of green above him, his clean-limbed body relaxed in graceful ease, his shapely head partly turned in contemplative absorption, and his intelligent, grey eyes dreamily devouring the object of their devotion, you would have thought him the reincarnation of some demigod of old. You would not have guessed that in infancy he had suckled at the breast of a hideous hairy she-ape, nor that in all his conscious past since his parents had passed away in the little cabin by the landlocked harbour at the jungle's verge, he had known no other associates than the sullen bulls and the snarling cows of the tribe of Kerchak, the great ape. Nor could you have read the thoughts which passed through that active, healthy brain, the longings and desires and aspirations which the sight of Tika inspired, would you have been any more inclined to give credence to the reality of the origin of the ape-man. For from his thoughts alone you could never have gleaned the truth that he had been born to a gentle English lady, or that his sire had been an English nobleman of time-honoured lineage. Lost to Tarzan of the Apes was the truth of his origin. That he was John Clayton, Lord Greystoke, with a seat in the House of Lords, he did not know, nor, knowing, would have understood. Yes, Tika was indeed beautiful. Of course, Carla had been beautiful. One's mother is always that. But Tika was beautiful in a way all of her own, an indescribable sort of way which Tarzan was just beginning to sense in a rather vague and hazy manner. For years had Tarzan and Tika been playfellows, and Tika still continued to be playful while the young bulls of her own age were rapidly becoming surly and morose. Tarzan, if he gave the matter much thought at all, probably reasoned that his growing attachment for the young female could be easily accounted for by the fact that of the former playmates, she and he alone retained any desire to frolic as of old. But today, as he sat gazing upon her, he found himself noting the beauties of Tika's form and features, something he never had done before, since none of them had aught to do with Tika's ability to race nimbly through the lower terraces of the forest in the primitive games of tag and hide-and-go-seek which Tarzan's fertile brain evolved. Tarzan scratched his head, running his fingers deep into the shock of black hair which framed his shapely, boyish face. He scratched his head and sighed. Tika's new-found beauty became as suddenly his despair. He envied her the handsome coat of hair which covered her body. His own smooth brown hide he hated with a hatred born of disgust and contempt. Years back he had harbored a hope that some day he, too, would be clothed in hair as were all his brothers and sisters, but of late he had been forced to abandon the delectable dream. Then there were Tika's great teeth, not so large as the male's, of course, but still mighty, handsome things by comparison with Tarzan's feeble white ones. And her beetling brows and broad flat nose and her mouth. Tarzan had often practiced making his mouth into a little round circle and then puffing out his cheeks while he winked his eyes rapidly. But he felt that he could never do it in the same cute and irresistible way in which Tika did it. And as he watched her that afternoon and wondered, a young bull ape who had been lazily foraging for food beneath the damp, matted carpet of decaying vegetation at the roots of a nearby tree lumbered awkwardly in Tika's direction. The other apes of the tribe of Kerchak moved listlessly about or lolled restfully in the midday heat of the equatorial jungle. From time to time, one or another of them had passed close to Tika, and Tarzan had been uninterested. Why was it then that his brows contracted and his muscles tensed as he saw Torg pause beside the young she and then squat down close to her? Tarzan always had liked Torg. Since childhood they had romped together. Side by side they had squatted near the water, their quick, strong fingers ready to leap forth and seize Pisa, the fish, should that wary denizen of the cool depths dart surfaceward to the lure of the insects Tarzan tossed upon the surface of the pool. Together they had baited Tublat and teased Numa, the lion. Why then should Tarzan feel the rise of the short hairs at the nape of his neck merely because Torg sat close to Tika? It is true that Torg was no longer the frolicsome ape of yesterday. When his snarling muscles bared his giant fangs, no one could longer imagine that Torg was in as playful a mood as when he and Tarzan had rolled upon the turf in mimic battle. The Torg of today was a huge, sullen bull ape, somber and forbidding. Yet he and Tarzan never had quarreled. For a few minutes the young ape watched Torg press closer to Tika. He saw the rough caress of the huge paw as it stroked the sleek shoulder of the she, and then Tarzan of the apes slipped cat-like to the ground and approached the two. As he came, his upper lip curled into a snarl, exposing his fighting fangs, and a deep growl rumbled from his cavernous chest. Torg looked up, batting his bloodshot eyes. Tika half raised herself and looked at Tarzan. Did she guess the cause of his perturbation? Who may say? At any rate, she was feminine, and so she reached up and scratched Torg behind one of his small, flat ears. Tarzan saw, and in the instant that he saw, Tika was no longer the little playmate of an hour ago. Instead, she was a wondrous thing, the most wondrous in the world, and a possession for which Tarzan would fight to the death against Torg or any other who dared question his right of proprietorship. Stooped, his muscles rigid and one great shoulder turned toward the young bull, Tarzan of the apes sidled nearer and nearer. His face was partly averted, but his keen grey eyes never left those of Torg, and as he came, his growls increased in depth and volume. Torg rose upon his short legs, bristling. His fighting fangs were bared. He, too, sidled, stiff-legged, and growled. "Tika is Tarzan's," said the ape-man in the low gutturals of the great anthropoids. "Tika is Torg's," replied the bull-ape. Thacker and Nomgo and Gunto, disturbed by the growlings of the two young bulls, looked up, half apathetic, half interested. They were sleepy, but they sensed a fight. It would break the monotony of the humdrum jungle life they led. Coiled about his shoulders was Tarzan's long grass robe. In his hand was the hunting knife of the long-dead father he had never known. In Torg's little brain lay a great respect for the shiny bit of sharp metal, which the ape-boy knew so well how to use. With it had he slain Tublat, his fierce foster-father, and Bolgani, the gorilla. Torg knew these things, and so he came warily, circling about Tarzan in search of an opening. The latter, made cautious because of his lesser bulk and the inferiority of his natural armament, followed similar tactics. For a time it seemed that the altercation would follow the way of the majority of such differences between members of the tribe, and that one of them would finally lose interest and wander off to prosecute some other line of endeavor. Such might have been the end of it had the casus belli been other than it was. But Tika was flattered at the attention that was being drawn to her and by the fact that these two young bulls were contemplating battle on her account. Such a thing never before had occurred in Tika's brief life. She had seen other bulls battling for other and older shes, and in the depth of her wild little heart she had longed for the day when the jungle grasses would be reddened with the blood of mortal combat for her fair sake. So now she squatted upon her haunches and insulted both her admirers impartially. She hurled taunts at them for their cowardice, and called them vile names such as Hista the snake and Dango the hyena. She threatened to call Mumga to chastise them with a stick. Mumga, who was so old that she could no longer climb and so toothless that she was forced to confine her diet almost exclusively to bananas and grubworms. The apes who were watching heard and laughed. Torg was infuriated. He made a sudden lunge for Tarzan, but the ape-boy leapt nimbly to one side, eluding him, and with the quickness of a cat wheeled and leapt back again to close quarters. His hunting knife was raised above his head as he came in, and he aimed a vicious blow at Torg's neck. The ape wheeled to dodge the weapon so that the keen blade struck him but a glancing blow upon the shoulder. The spurt of red blood, a shrill cry of delight from Tika. Ah, but this was something worthwhile. She glanced about to see if others had witnessed this evidence of her popularity. Helen of Troy was never one whit more proud than was Tika at that moment. If Tika had not been so absorbed in her own vaingloriousness, she might have noted the rustling of leaves in the trees above her, a rustling which was not caused by any movement of the wind, since there was no wind. And had she looked up, she might have seen a sleek body crouching almost directly over her, and wicked yellow eyes glaring hungrily down upon her. But Tika did not look up. With his wound, Torg had backed off growling horribly. Tarzan had followed him, screaming insults at him and menacing him with his brandishing blade. Tika moved from beneath the tree in an effort to keep close to the duelists. The branch above Tika bent and swayed a trifle with the movement of the body of the watcher stretched along it. Torg had halted now and was preparing to make a new stand. His lips were flecked with foam and saliva drooled from his jowls. He stood with head lowered and arms outstretched, preparing for a sudden charge to close quarters. Could he but lay his mighty hands upon that soft brown skin, the battle would be his. Torg considered Tarzan's manner of fighting unfair. He would not close. Instead, he leapt nimbly, but just beyond the reach of Torg's muscular fingers. The ape-boy had as yet never come to a real trial of strength with a bull-ape, other than in play, and so he was not at all sure that it would be safe to put his muscles to the test in a life-and-death struggle. Not that he was afraid, for Tarzan knew nothing of fear. The instinct of self-preservation gave him caution. That was all. He took risks only when it seemed necessary, and then he would hesitate at nothing. His own method of fighting seemed best fitted to his build and to his armament. His teeth, while strong and sharp, were as weapons of offense, pitifully inadequate by comparison with the mighty fighting fangs of the anthropoids. By dancing about just out of reach of an antagonist, Tarzan could do infinite injury with his long, sharp hunting knife, and at the same time escape many of the painful and dangerous wounds which would be sure to follow his falling into the clutches of a bull-ape. And so Torg charged and bellowed like a bull, and Tarzan of the Apes danced lightly to this side and that, hurling jungle billingsgate at his foe, the while he nicked him now and again with his knife. There were lulls in the fighting when the two would stand panting for breath, facing each other, mustering their wits and their forces for a new onslaught. It was during a pause such as this that Torg chanced to let his eyes rove beyond his foeman. Instantly the entire aspect of the ape altered. Rage left his countenance to be supplanted by an expression of fear. With a cry that every ape there recognized, Torg turned and fled. No need to question him. His warning proclaimed the near presence of their ancient enemy. Tarzan started to seek safety, as did the other members of the tribe, and as he did so he heard a panther's scream, mingled with the frightened cry of a she-ape. Torg heard too, but he did not pause in his flight. With the ape-boy, however, it was different. He looked back to see if any member of the tribe was close pressed by the beast of prey, and the sight that met his eyes filled them with an expression of horror. Tika it was who cried out in terror as she fled across a little clearing toward the trees upon the opposite side, for after her leapt Sheeta the panther in easy, graceful bounds. Sheeta appeared to be in no hurry. His meat was assured, since even though the ape reached the trees ahead of him, she could not climb beyond his clutches before he could be upon her. Tarzan saw that Tika must die. He cried to Torg and the other bulls to hasten to Tika's assistance, and at the same time he ran toward the pursuing beast, taking down his rope as he came. Tarzan knew that once the great bulls were aroused, none of the jungle, not even Numa the lion, was anxious to measure fangs with them, and that if all those of the tribe who chanced to be present today would charge, Sheeta, the great cat, would doubtless turn tail and run for his life. Torg heard, as did the others, but no one came to Tarzan's assistance or Tika's rescue, and Sheeta was rapidly closing up the distance between himself and his prey. The ape-boy, leaping after the panther, cried aloud to the beast in an effort to turn it from Tika or otherwise distract its attention until the she-ape could gain the safety of the higher branches, where Sheeta dared not go. He called the panther every opprobrious name that fell to his tongue. He dared him to stop and do battle with him, but Sheeta only loped on after the luscious titbit, now almost within his reach. Tarzan was not far behind and was gaining, but the distance was so short that he scarce hoped to overhaul the carnivore before it had felled Tika. In his right hand the boy swung his grass rope above his head as he ran. He hated to chance a miss, for the distance was much greater than he ever had cast before except in practice. It was the full length of his grass rope which separated him from Sheeta, and yet there was no other thing to do. He could not reach the brute's side before it overhauled Tika. He must chance a throw. And just as Tika sprang for the lower limb of a great tree and Sheeta rose behind her in a long, sinuous leap, the coils of the ape-boy's grass rope shot swiftly through the air, straightening into a long, thin line as the open noose hovered for an instant above the savage head and the snarling jaws. Then it settled. Clean and true about the tawny neck it settled, and Tarzan, with a quick twist of his rope hand, drew the noose taut, bracing himself for the shock when Sheeta should have taken up the slack. Just short of Tika's glossy rump, the cruel talons raked the air as the rope tightened and Sheeta was brought to a sudden stop, a stop that snapped the big beast over upon his back. Instantly Sheeta was up, with glaring eyes and lashing tail, and gaping jaws from which issued hideous cries of rage and disappointment. He saw the ape-boy, the cause of his discomfiture, scarce 40 feet before him, and Sheeta charged. Tika was safe now. Tarzan saw to that by a quick glance into the tree whose safety she had gained not an instant too soon, and Sheeta was charging. It was useless to risk his life in idle and unequal combat, from which no good could come, but could he escape a battle with the enraged cat? And if he was forced to fight, what chance had he to survive? Tarzan was constrained to admit that his position was aught but a desirable one. The trees were too far to hope to reach in time to elude the cat. Tarzan could but stand facing that hideous charge. In his right hand he grasped his hunting knife, a puny, futile thing indeed by comparison with the great rows of mighty teeth which lined Sheeta's powerful jaws and the sharp talons encased within his padded paws. Yet the young Lord Greystoke faced it with the same courageous resignation with which some fearless ancestor went down to defeat and death on Senlac Hill by Hastings. From safety points in the trees the great apes watched, screaming hatred at Sheeta and advice at Tarzan, for the progenitors of man have naturally many human traits. Tika was frightened. She screamed at the bulls to hasten to Tarzan's assistance, but the bulls were otherwise engaged, principally in giving advice and making faces. Anyway, Tarzan was not a real Mangani, so why should they risk their lives in an effort to protect him? And now Sheeta was almost upon the lithe, naked body, and the body was not there. Quick as was the great cat, the ape-boy was quicker. He leapt to one side almost as the panther's talons were closing upon him, and as Sheeta went hurtling to the ground beyond, Tarzan was racing for the safety of the nearest tree. The panther recovered himself almost immediately, and, wheeling, tore after his prey, the ape-boy's rope dragging along the ground behind him. In doubling back after Tarzan, Sheeta had passed around a low bush. It was a mere nothing in the path of any jungle creature of the size and weight of Sheeta, provided it had no trailing rope dangling behind. But Sheeta was handicapped by such a rope, and as he leapt once again after Tarzan of the Apes, the rope encircled the small bush, became tangled in it, and brought the panther to a sudden stop. An instant later, Tarzan was safe among the higher branches of a small tree into which Sheeta could not follow him. Here he perched, hurling twigs and epithets at the raging feline beneath him. The other members of the tribe now took up the bombardment, using such hard-shelled fruits and dead branches as came within their reach, until Sheeta, goaded to frenzy and snapping at the grass rope, finally succeeded in severing its strands. For a moment the panther stood, glaring first at one of his tormentors and then at another, until, with a final scream of rage, he turned and slunk off into the tangled mazes of the jungle. A half-hour later the tribe was again upon the ground, feeding as though naught had occurred to interrupt the sombre dullness of their lives. Tarzan had recovered the greater part of his rope and was busy fashioning a new noose, while Tika squatted close behind him, in evident token that her choice was made. Torg eyed them sullenly. Once when he came close, Tika bared her fangs and growled at him, and Tarzan showed his canines in an ugly snarl, but Torg did not provoke a quarrel. He seemed to accept, after the manner of his kind, the decision of the she as an indication that he had been vanquished in his battle for her favors. Later in the day, his rope repaired, Tarzan took to the trees in search of game. More than his fellows he required meat, and so, while they were satisfied with fruits and herbs and beetles, which could be discovered without much effort upon their part, Tarzan spent considerable time hunting the game animals whose flesh alone satisfied the cravings of his stomach and furnished sustenance and strength to the mighty thews which, day by day, were building beneath the soft, smooth texture of his brown hide. Torg saw him depart, and then, quite casually, the big beast hunted closer and closer to Tikar in his search for food. At last he was within a few feet of her, and when he shot a covert glance at her, he saw that she was appraising him and that there was no evidence of anger upon her face. Torg expanded his great chest and rolled about on his short legs, making strange growlings in his throat. He raised his lips, baring his fangs. My, but what great beautiful fangs he had! Tika could not but notice them. She also let her eyes rest in admiration upon Torg's beetling brows and his short, powerful neck. What a beautiful creature he was indeed! Torg, flattered by the unconcealed admiration in her eyes, strutted about, as proud and as vain as a peacock. Presently he began to inventory his assets, mentally, and shortly he found himself comparing them with those of his rival. Torg grunted, for there was no comparison. How could one compare his beautiful coat with the smooth and naked hideousness of Tarzan's bare hide? Who could see beauty in the stingy nose of the Tarmangani after looking at Torg's broad nostrils? And Tarzan's eyes, hideous things showing white about them and entirely unrimmed with red. Torg knew that his own bloodshot eyes were beautiful, for he had seen them reflected in the glassy surface of many a drinking pool. The bull drew nearer to Tika, finally squatting close against her. When Tarzan returned from his hunting a short time later, it was to see Tika contentedly scratching the back of his rival. Tarzan was disgusted. Neither Torg nor Tika saw him as he swung through the trees into the glade. He paused a moment, looking at them. Then, with a sorrowful grimace, he turned and faded away into the labyrinth of leafy boughs and festooned moss out of which he had come. Tarzan wished to be as far away from the cause of his heartache as he could. He was suffering the first pangs of blighted love, and he didn't quite know what was the matter with him. He thought that he was angry with Torg, and so he couldn't understand why it was that he had run away instead of rushing into mortal combat with the destroyer of his happiness. He also thought that he was angry with Tika, yet a vision of her many beauties persisted in haunting him, so that he could only see her in the light of love as the most desirable thing in the world. The ape-boy craved affection. From babyhood until the time of her death, when the poisoned arrow of Kulonga had pierced her savage heart, Kala had represented to the English boy the sole object of love which he had known. In her wild, fierce way, Kala had loved her adopted son, and Tarzan had returned that love, though the outward demonstrations of it were no greater than might have been expected from any other beast of the jungle. It was not until he was bereft of her that the boy realized how deep had been his attachment for his mother, for as such he looked upon her. In Tika he had seen within the past few hours a substitute for Kala, someone to fight for and to hunt for, someone to caress, but now his dreams were shattered. Something hurt within his breast. He placed his hand over his heart and wondered what had happened to him. Vaguely he attributed his pain to Tika. The more he thought of Tika as he had last seen her caressing Torg, the more the thing within his breast hurt him. Tarzan shook his head and growled. Then on and on through the jungle he swung, and the farther he travelled and the more he thought upon his wrongs, the nearer he approached becoming an irreclaimable misogynist. 2 days later he was still hunting alone, very morose and very unhappy, but he was determined never to return to the tribe. He could not bear the thought of seeing Torg and Tika always together. As he swung upon a great limb, Numa the lion and Sabor the lioness passed beneath him side by side, and Sabor leaned against the lion and bit playfully at his cheek. It was a half caress. Tarzan sighed and hurled a nut at them. Later, he came upon several of Umbonga's black warriors. He was upon the point of dropping his noose about the neck of one of them, who was a little distance from his companions, when he became interested in the thing which occupied the savages. They were building a cage in the trail and covering it with leafy branches. When they had completed their work, the structure was scarcely visible. Tarzan wondered what the purpose of the thing might be, and why, when they had built it, they turned away and started back along the trail in the direction of their village. It had been some time since Tarzan had visited the blacks and looked down from the shelter of the great trees which overhung their palisade upon the activities of his enemies, from among whom had come the slayer of Kala. Although he hated them, Tarzan derived considerable entertainment in watching them at their daily life within the village, and especially at their dances, when the fires glared against their naked bodies as they leapt and turned and twisted in mimic warfare. It was rather in the hope of witnessing something of the kind that he now followed the warriors back toward their village, but in this he was disappointed, for there was no dance that night. Instead, from the safe concealment of his tree, Tarzan saw little groups seated about tiny fires discussing the events of the day, and in the darker corners of the village he descried isolated couples talking and laughing together, and always one of each couple was a young man and the other a young woman. Tarzan cocked his head upon one side and thought, and before he went to sleep that night, curled in the crotch of the great tree above the village, Tika filled his mind, and afterwards she filled his dreams. She and the young black men laughing and talking with the young black women. Torg, hunting alone, had wandered some distance from the balance of the tribe. He was making his way slowly along an elephant path when he discovered that it was blocked with undergrowth. Now Torg, come into maturity, was an evil-natured brute of an exceeding short temper. When something thwarted him, his sole idea was to overcome it by brute strength and ferocity, and so now when he found his way blocked, he tore angrily into the leafy screen, and an instant later found himself within a strange lair, his progress effectually blocked, notwithstanding his most violent efforts to forge ahead. Biting and striking at the barrier, Torg finally worked himself into a frightful rage, but all to no avail, and at last he became convinced that he must turn back. But when he would have done so, what was his chagrin to discover that another barrier had dropped behind him while he fought to break down the one before him. Torg was trapped. Until exhaustion overcame him, he fought frantically for his freedom, but all for naught. In the morning, a party of blacks set out from the village of Umbonga in the direction of the trap they had constructed the previous day, while among the branches of the trees above them hovered a naked young giant filled with the curiosity of the wild things. Manu, the monkey, chattered and scolded as Tarzan passed, and though he was not afraid of the familiar figure of the ape-boy, he hugged closer to him the little brown body of his life's companion. Tarzan laughed as he saw it, but the laugh was followed by a sudden clouding of his face and a deep sigh. A little farther on, a gaily feathered bird strutted about before the admiring eyes of his sombre-hued mate. It seemed to Tarzan that everything in the jungle was combining to remind him that he had lost Tika, yet every day of his life he had seen these same things and thought nothing of them. When the blacks reached the trap, Torg set up a great commotion. Seizing the bars of his prison, he shook them frantically, and all the while he roared and growled terrifically. The blacks were elated, for while they had not built their trap for this hairy tree man, they were delighted with their catch. Tarzan pricked up his ears when he heard the voice of a great ape, and circling quickly until he was downwind from the trap, he sniffed at the air in search of the scent spoor of the prisoner. Nor was it long before there came to those delicate nostrils the familiar odor that told Tarzan the identity of the captive as unerringly as though he had looked upon Torg with his eyes. Yes, it was Torg, and he was alone. Tarzan grinned as he approached to discover what the blacks would do to their prisoner. Doubtless they would slay him at once. Again Tarzan grinned. Now he could have Tika for his own, with none to dispute his right to her. As he watched, he saw the black warriors strip the screen from about the cage, fasten ropes to it, and drag it away along the trail in the direction of their village. Tarzan watched until his rival passed out of sight, still beating upon the bars of his prison and growling out his anger and his threats. Then the ape boy turned and swung rapidly off in search of the tribe and Tika. Once upon the journey, he surprised Sheeta and his family in a little overgrown clearing. The great cat lay stretched upon the ground, while his mate, one pawed across her lord's savage face, licked at the soft white fur at his throat. Tarzan increased his speed then until he fairly flew through the forest, nor was it long before he came upon the tribe. He saw them before they saw him, for of all the jungle creatures none passed more quietly than Tarzan of the Apes. He saw Kama and her mate feeding side by side, their hairy bodies rubbing against each other. And he saw Tika feeding by herself. Not for long would she feed thus in loneliness, thought Tarzan, as with a bound he landed amongst them. There was a startled rush and a chorus of angry and frightened snarls, for Tarzan had surprised them. But there was more, too, than mere nervous shock to account for the bristling neck hair which remained standing long after the apes had discovered the identity of the newcomer. Tarzan noticed this, as he had noticed it many times in the past, that always his sudden coming among them left them nervous and unstrung for a considerable time, and that they one and all found it necessary to satisfy themselves that he was indeed Tarzan by smelling about him a half-dozen or more times before they calmed down. Pushing through them, he made his way toward Tika, but as he approached her, the ape drew away. "Tika," he said, "it is Tarzan. You belong to Tarzan. I have come for you." The ape drew closer, looking him over carefully. Finally, she sniffed at him as though to make assurance doubly sure. "Where is Torg?" she asked. "The Gomangani have him," replied Tarzan. "They will kill him." In the eyes of the she, Tarzan saw a wistful expression and a troubled look of sorrow as he told her of Torg's fate, but she came quite close and snuggled against him, and Tarzan, Lord Greystoke, put his arm about her. As he did so, he noticed, with a start, the strange incongruity of that smooth, brown arm against the black and hairy coat of his lady love. He recalled the paw of Sheeta's mate across Sheeta's face. No incongruity there. He thought of little Manu hugging his she, and how the one seemed to belong to the other. Even the proud male bird with his gay plumage bore a close resemblance to his quieter spouse, while Numa, but for his shaggy mane, was almost a counterpart of Sabor, the lioness. The males and the females differed, it was true, but not with such differences as existed between Tarzan and Tika. Tarzan was puzzled. There was something wrong. His arm dropped from the shoulder of Tika. Very slowly he drew away from her. She looked at him with her head cocked upon one side. Tarzan rose to his full height and beat upon his breast with his fists. He raised his head toward the heavens and opened his mouth. From the depths of his lungs rose the fierce, weird challenge of the victorious bull ape. The tribe turned curiously to eye him. He had killed nothing, nor was there any antagonist to be goaded to madness by the savage scream. No, there was no excuse for it, and they turned back to their feeding, but with an eye upon the ape-man lest he be preparing to suddenly run amok. As they watched him, they saw him swing into a nearby tree and disappear from sight. Then they forgot him, even Tika. Umbonga's black warriors, sweating beneath their strenuous task and resting often, made slow progress toward their village. Always the savage beast in the primitive cage growled and roared when they moved him. He beat upon the bars and slavered at the mouth. His noise was hideous. They had almost completed their journey and were making their final rest before forging ahead to gain the clearing in which lay their village. A few minutes more would have taken them out of the forest, and then, doubtless, the thing would not have happened which did happen. A silent figure moved through the trees above them. Keen eyes inspected the cage and counted the number of warriors. An alert and daring brain figured upon the chances of success when a certain plan should be put to the test. Tarzan watched the blacks lolling in the shade. They were exhausted. Already several of them slept. He crept closer, pausing just above them. Not a leaf rustled before his stealthy advance. He waited in the infinite patience of the beast of prey. Presently, but two of the warriors remained awake, and one of these was dozing. Tarzan of the Apes gathered himself, and as he did so, the black who did not sleep arose and passed around to the rear of the cage. The ape boy followed just above his head. Torg was eyeing the warrior and emitting low growls. Tarzan feared that the anthropoid would awaken the sleepers. In a whisper which was inaudible to the ears of the Negro, Tarzan whispered Torg's name, cautioning the ape to silence, and Torg's growling ceased. The black approached the rear of the cage and examined the fastenings of the door, and as he stood there, the beast above him launched itself from the tree full upon his back. Steel fingers circled his throat, choking the cry which sprang to the lips of the terrified man. Strong teeth fastened themselves in his shoulder, and powerful legs wound themselves about his torso. The black, in a frenzy of terror, tried to dislodge the silent thing which clung to him. He threw himself to the ground and rolled about, but still those mighty fingers closed more and more tightly their deadly grip. The man's mouth gaped wide, his swollen tongue protruded, his eyes started from their sockets, but the relentless fingers only increased their pressure. Torg was a silent witness of the struggle. In his fierce little brain he doubtless wondered what purpose prompted Tarzan to attack the black. Torg had not forgotten his recent battle with the ape boy, nor the cause of it. Now he saw the form of the Gomangani suddenly go limp. There was a convulsive shiver, and the man lay still. Tarzan sprang from his prey and ran to the door of the cage. With nimble fingers he worked rapidly at the thongs which held the door in place. Torg could only watch. He could not help. Presently Tarzan pushed the thing up a couple of feet, and Torg crawled out. The ape would have turned upon the sleeping blacks that he might wreak his pent vengeance, but Tarzan would not permit it. Instead, the ape boy dragged the body of the black within the cage and propped it against the side bars. Then he lowered the door and made fast the thongs as they had been before. A happy smile lighted his features as he worked, for one of his principal diversions was the baiting of the blacks of Mbonga's village. He could imagine their terror when they awoke and found the dead body of their comrade fast in the cage where they had left the great ape safely secured but a few minutes before. Tarzan and Torg took to the trees together, the shaggy coat of the fierce ape brushing the sleek skin of the English lordling as they passed through the primeval jungle side by side. "Go back to Tika," said Tarzan. "She is yours. Tarzan does not want her." "Tarzan has found another she?" asked Torg. The ape boy shrugged. "For the Gomangani there is another Gomangani," he said. "For Numa, the lion, there is Sabor, the lioness. For Sheeta there is a she of his own kind. For Bara the deer. For Manu the monkey. For all the beasts and the birds of the jungle is there a mate. Only for Tarzan of the apes is there none. Torg is an ape. Tika is an ape. Go back to Tika. Tarzan is a man. He will go alone. Chapter 2. The Capture of Tarzan. The black warriors labored in the humid heat of the jungle's stifling shade. With war spears they loosened the thick black loam and the deep layers of rotting vegetation. With heavy-nailed fingers they scooped away the disintegrated earth from the center of the age-old game trail. Often they ceased their labors to squat, resting and gossiping, with much laughter, at the edge of the pit they were digging. Against the boles of nearby trees leaned their long, oval shields of thick buffalo hide and the spears of those who were doing the scooping. Sweat glistened upon their smooth ebon skins, beneath which rolled rounded muscles, supple in the perfection of nature's uncontaminated health. A reed buck, stepping warily along the trail toward water, halted as a burst of laughter broke upon his startled ears. For a moment he stood statuesque before his sensitively dilating nostrils, and then he wheeled and fled noiselessly from the terrifying presence of man. 100 yards away, deep in the tangle of the impenetrable jungle, Numa, the lion, raised his massive head. Numa had dined well until almost daybreak, and it had required much noise to awaken him. Now he lifted his muzzle and sniffed the air, caught the acrid scent spore of the reed buck and the heavy scent of man. But Numa was well filled. With a low, disgusted grunt, he rose and slunk away. Brilliantly plumaged birds with raucous voices darted from tree to tree. Little monkeys, chattering and scolding, swung through the swaying limbs above the black warriors. Yet they were alone, for the teeming jungle with all its myriad life, like the swarming streets of a great metropolis, is one of the loneliest spots in God's great universe. But were they alone? Above them, lightly balanced upon a leafy tree limb, a grey-eyed youth watched with eager intentness their every move. The fire of hate, restrained, smouldered beneath the lad's evident desire to know the purpose of the black men's labours. Such a one as these it was who had slain his beloved Carla. For them there could be naught but enmity, but he liked well to watch them, avid as he was for greater knowledge of the ways of men. He saw the pit grow in depth until a great hole yawned the width of the trail, a hole which was amply large enough to hold at one time all of the 6 excavators. Tarzan could not guess the purpose of so great a labor, and when they cut long stakes sharpened at their upper ends and set them at intervals upright in the bottom of the pit, his wonderment but increased, nor was it satisfied with the placing of the light cross poles over the pit, or the careful arrangement of leaves and earth which completely hid from view the work the black men had performed. When they were done, they surveyed their handiwork with evident satisfaction, and Tarzan surveyed it too. Even to his practiced eye there remained scarce a vestige of evidence that the ancient game trail had been tampered with in any way. So absorbed was the ape-man in speculation as to the purpose of the covered pit, that he permitted the blacks to depart in the direction of their village without the usual baiting which had rendered him the terror of Umbonga's people, and had afforded Tarzan both a vehicle of revenge and a source of inexhaustible delight. Puzzle as he would, however, he could not solve the mystery of the concealed pit, for the ways of the blacks were still strange ways to Tarzan. They had entered his jungle but a short time before, the first of their kind to encroach upon the age-old supremacy of the beasts which laired there. To Numa the lion, to Tantor the elephant, to the great apes and the lesser apes, to each and all of the myriad creatures of this savage wild, the ways of man were new. They had much to learn of these black, hairless creatures that walked erect upon their hind paws, and they were learning it slowly, and always to their sorrow. Shortly after the blacks had departed, Tarzan swung easily to the trail. Sniffing suspiciously, he circled the edge of the pit. Squatting upon his haunches, he scraped away a little earth to expose one of the crossbars. He sniffed at this, touched it, cocked his head upon one side, and contemplated it gravely for several minutes. Then he carefully recovered it, arranging the earth as neatly as had the blacks. This done, he swung himself back among the branches of the trees and moved off in search of his hairy fellows, the great apes of the tribe of Kerchak. Once he crossed the trail of Numa the lion, pausing for a moment to hurl a soft fruit at the snarling face of his enemy, and to taunt and insult him, calling him eater of carrion and brother of Dango the hyena. Numa, his yellow-green eyes round and burning with concentrated hate, glared up at the dancing figure above him. Low growls vibrated his heavy jowls, and his great rage transmitted to his sinuous tail a sharp, whip-like motion. But realizing from past experience the futility of long-distance argument with the ape-man, he turned presently and struck off into the tangled vegetation which hid him from the view of his tormentor. With a final scream of jungle invective and an ape-like grimace at his departing foe, Tarzan continued along his way. Another mile, and a shifting wind brought to his keen nostrils a familiar, pungent odor close at hand, and a moment later there loomed beneath him a huge, grey-black bulk forging steadily along the jungle trail. Tarzan seized and broke a small tree limb, and at the sudden cracking sound the ponderous figure halted. Great ears were thrown forward, and a long, supple trunk rose quickly to wave to and fro in search of the scent of an enemy, while two weak little eyes peered suspiciously and futilely about in quest of the author of the noise which had disturbed his peaceful way. Tarzan laughed aloud and came closer above the head of the pachyderm. "Tantor, Tantor," he cried, "Bara the deer is less fearful than you. You, Tantor the elephant, greatest of the jungle folk, with the strength of as many Numas as I have toes upon my feet and fingers upon my hands. Tantor, who can uproot great trees, trembles with fear at the sound of a broken twig." A rumbling noise, which might have been either a sign of contempt or a sigh of relief, was Tantor's only reply as the uplifted trunk and ears came down and the beast's tail dropped to normal, but his eyes still roved about in search of Tarzan. He was not long kept in suspense, however, as to the whereabouts of the ape-man, for a second later the youth dropped lightly to the broad head of his old friend. Then, stretching himself at full length, he drummed with his bare toes upon the thick hide, and as his fingers scratched the more tender surfaces behind the great ears, he talked to Tantor of the gossip of the jungle as though the great beast understood every word that he said. Much there was which Tarzan could make Tantor understand, and though the small talk of the wild was beyond the great grey dreadnought of the jungle, he stood with blinking eyes and gently swaying trunk, as though drinking in every word of it with keenest appreciation. As a matter of fact, it was the pleasant, friendly voice and caressing hands behind his ears which he enjoyed, and the close proximity of him whom he had often borne upon his back since Tarzan, as a little child, had once fearlessly approached the great bull, assuming upon the part of the pachyderm the same friendliness which filled his own heart. In the years of their association, Tarzan had discovered that he possessed an inexplicable power to govern and direct his mighty friend. At his bidding, Tantor would come from a great distance, as far as his keen ears could detect the shrill and piercing summons of the ape-man. And when Tarzan was squatted upon his head, Tantor would lumber through the jungle in any direction which his rider bade him go. It was the power of the man-mind over that of the brute, and it was just as effective as though both fully understood its origin, though neither did. For half an hour Tarzan sprawled there upon Tantor's back. Time had no meaning for either of them. Life, as they saw it, consisted principally in keeping their stomachs filled. To Tarzan this was a less arduous labor than to Tantor, for Tarzan's stomach was smaller, and being omnivorous, food was less difficult to obtain. If one sort did not come readily to hand, there were always many others to satisfy his hunger. He was less particular as to his diet than Tantor, who would eat only the bark of certain trees and the wood of others, while a third appealed to him only through its leaves, and these, perhaps, just at certain seasons of the year. Tantor must needs spend the better part of his life in filling his immense stomach against the needs of his mighty thews. It is thus with all the lower orders. Their lives are so occupied either with searching for food or with the processes of digestion that they have little time for other considerations. Doubtless it is this handicap which has kept them from advancing as rapidly as man, who has more time to give to thought upon other matters. However, these questions troubled Tarzan but little, and Tantor not at all. What the former knew was that he was happy in the companionship of the elephant. He did not know why. He did not know that because he was a human being, a normal, healthy human being, he craved some living thing upon which to lavish his affection. His childhood playmates among the apes of Kerchak were now great, sullen brutes. They felt nor inspired but little affection. The younger apes Tarzan still played with occasionally. In his savage way he loved them, but they were far from satisfying or restful companions. Tantor was a great mountain of calm, of poise, of stability. It was restful and satisfying to sprawl upon his rough pate and pour one's vague hopes and aspirations into the great ears which flapped ponderously to and fro in apparent understanding. Of all the jungle folk, Tantor commanded Tarzan's greatest love since Carter had been taken from him. Sometimes Tarzan wondered if Tantor reciprocated his affection. It was difficult to know. It was the call of the stomach, the most compelling and insistent call which the jungle knows, that took Tarzan finally back to the trees and off in search of food, while Tantor continued his interrupted journey in the opposite direction. For an hour the ape-man foraged. A lofty nest yielded its fresh, warm harvest. Fruits, berries, and tender plantain found a place upon his menu in the order that he happened upon them, for he did not seek such foods. Meat, meat, meat. It was always meat that Tarzan of the Apes hunted, but sometimes meat eluded him, as today. And as he roamed the jungle, his active mind busied itself not alone with his hunting, but with many other subjects. He had a habit of recalling often the events of the preceding days and hours. He lived over his visit with Tantor. He cogitated upon the digging blacks and the strange covered pit they had left behind them. He wondered again and again what its purpose might be. He compared perceptions and arrived at judgments. He compared judgments, reaching conclusions, not always correct ones, it is true, but at least he used his brain for the purpose God intended it, which was the less difficult because he was not handicapped by the second-hand and usually erroneous judgment of others. And as he puzzled over the covered pit, there loomed suddenly before his mental vision a huge, grey-black bulk which lumbered ponderously along a jungle trail. Instantly Tarzan tensed to the shock of a sudden fear. Decision and action usually occurred simultaneously in the life of the ape-man, And now he was away through the leafy branches ere the realization of the pit's purpose had scarce formed in his mind. Swinging from swaying limb to swaying limb, he raced through the middle terraces where the trees grew close together. Again he dropped to the ground and sped, silently and light of foot, over the carpet of decaying vegetation, only to leap again into the trees where the tangled undergrowth precluded rapid advance upon the surface. In his anxiety he cast discretion to the winds. The caution of the beast was lost in the loyalty of the man, and so it came that he entered a large clearing, denuded of trees, without a thought of what might lie there or upon the farther edge to dispute the way with him. He was halfway across when directly in his path, and but a few yards away, there rose from a clump of tall grasses a half-dozen chattering birds. Instantly Tarzan turned aside, for he knew well enough what manner of creature the presence of these little sentinels proclaimed. Simultaneously, Buto, the rhinoceros, scrambled to his short legs and charged furiously. Haphazard charges Buto, the rhinoceros. With his weak eyes he sees but poorly even at short distances, and whether his erratic rushes are due to the panic of fear as he attempts to escape, or to the irascible temper with which he is generally credited, it is difficult to determine. Nor is the matter of little moment to one whom Buto charges, for if he be caught and tossed, the chances are that naught will interest him thereafter. And today it chanced that Buto bore down straight upon Tarzan across the few yards of knee-deep grass which separated them. Accident started him in the direction of the ape-man, and then his weak eyes discerned the enemy, and with a series of snorts he charged straight for him. The little rhino birds fluttered and circled about their giant ward. Among the branches of the trees at the edge of the clearing, a score or more monkeys chattered and scolded as the loud snorts of the angry beast sent them scurrying affrightedly to the upper terraces. Tarzan alone appeared indifferent and serene. Directly in the path of the charge he stood. There had been no time to seek safety in the trees beyond the clearing, nor had Tarzan any mind to delay his journey because of Buto. He had met the stupid beast before, and held him in fine contempt. And now Buto was upon him, the massive head lowered, and the long, heavy horn inclined for the frightful work for which nature had designed it. But as he struck upward, his weapon raked only thin air, for the ape-man had sprung lightly aloft with a cat-like leap that carried him above the threatening horn to the broad back of the rhinoceros. Another spring, and he was on the ground behind the brute and racing like a deer for the trees. Buto, angered and mystified by the strange disappearance of his prey, wheeled and charged frantically in another direction, which chanced to be not the direction of Tarzan's flight, and so the ape-man came in safety to the trees and continued on his swift way through the forest. Some distance ahead of him, Tantor moved steadily along the well-worn elephant trail, and ahead of Tantor a crouching black warrior listened intently in the middle of the path. Presently he heard the sound for which he had been hoping, the cracking, snapping sound which heralded the approach of an elephant. To his right and left in other parts of the jungle, other warriors were watching. A low signal, passed from one to another, apprised the most distant that the quarry was afoot. Rapidly they converged toward the trail, taking positions in trees downwind from the point at which Tantor must pass them. Silently they waited, and presently were rewarded by the sight of a mighty tusker carrying an amount of ivory in his long tusks that set their greedy hearts to palpitating. No sooner had he passed their positions than the warriors clambered from their perches. No longer were they silent, but instead clapped their hands and shouted as they reached the ground. For an instant Tantor, the elephant, paused with upraised trunk and tail, with great ears up-pricked, and then he swung on along the trail at a rapid shuffling pace, straight toward the covered pit with its sharpened stakes upstanding in the ground. Behind him came the yelling warriors, urging him on in the rapid flight which would not permit a careful examination of the ground before him. Tantor, the elephant, who could have turned and scattered his adversaries with a single charge, fled like a frightened deer, fled toward a hideous, torturing death. And behind them all came Tarzan of the apes, racing through the jungle forest with the speed and agility of a squirrel, for he had heard the shouts of the warriors and had interpreted them correctly. Once he uttered a piercing call that reverberated through the jungle, but Tantor, in the panic of terror, either failed to hear or, hearing, dared not pause to heed. Now the giant pachyderm was but a few yards from the hidden death lurking in his path, and the blacks, certain of success, were screaming and dancing in his wake, waving their war spears and celebrating in advance the acquisition of the splendid ivory carried by their prey and the surfeit of elephant meat which would be theirs this night. So intent were they upon their gratulations that they entirely failed to note the silent passage of the man-beast above their heads, nor did Tantor either see or hear him, even though Tarzan called to him to stop. A few more steps would precipitate Tantor upon the sharpened stakes. Tarzan fairly flew through the trees until he had come abreast of the fleeing animal and then had passed him. At the pit's verge, the ape-man dropped to the ground in the center of the trail. Tantor was almost upon him before his weak eyes permitted him to recognize his old friend. "Stop!" cried Tarzan, and the great beast halted to the upraised hand. Tarzan turned and kicked aside some of the brush which had hid the pit. Instantly Tantor saw and understood. "Fight!" growled Tarzan. "They are coming behind you." But Tantor the elephant is a huge bunch of nerves, and now he was half panic-stricken by terror. Before him yawned the pit. How far he did not know, but to right and left lay the primeval jungle untouched by man. With a squeal, the great beast turned suddenly at right angles and burst his noisy way through the solid wall of matted vegetation that would have stopped any but him. Tarzan, standing upon the edge of the pit, smiled as he watched Tantor's undignified flight. Soon the blacks would come. It was best that Tarzan of the apes faded from the scene. He essayed a step from the pit's edge, and as he threw the weight of his body upon his left foot, the earth crumbled away. Tarzan made a single Herculean effort to throw himself forward, but it was too late. Backward and downward he went toward the sharpened stakes in the bottom of the pit. When, a moment later, the blacks came, they saw even from a distance that Tantor had eluded them, for the size of the hole in the pit covering was too small to have accommodated the huge bulk of an elephant. At first they thought that their prey had put one great foot through the top and then, warned, drawn back. But when they had come to the pit's verge and peered over, their eyes went wide in astonishment, for, quiet and still, at the bottom lay the naked figure of a white giant. Some of them there had glimpsed this forest god before, and they drew back in terror, awed by the presence which they had for some time believed to possess the miraculous powers of a demon. But others there were who pushed forward, thinking only of the capture of an enemy, and these leapt into the pit and lifted Tarzan out. There was no scar upon his body. None of the sharpened stakes had pierced him. Only a swollen spot at the base of the brain indicated the nature of his injury. In the falling backward, his head had struck upon the side of one of the stakes, rendering him unconscious. The blacks were quick to discover this, and equally quick to bind their prisoner's arms and legs before he should regain consciousness, for they had learned to harbor a wholesome respect for this strange man-beast that consorted with the hairy tree-folk. They had carried him but a short distance toward their village when the ape-man's eyelids quivered and raised. He looked about him wonderingly for a moment, and then full consciousness returned, and he realized the seriousness of his predicament. Accustomed almost from birth to relying solely upon his own resources, He did not cast about for outside aid now, but devoted his mind to a consideration of the possibilities for escape which lay within himself and his own powers. He did not dare test the strength of his bonds while the blacks were carrying him, for fear they would become apprehensive and add to them. Presently his captors discovered that he was conscious, and as they had little stomach for carrying a heavy man through the jungle heat, they set him upon his feet and forced him forward among them, pricking him now and then with their spears, yet with every manifestation of the superstitious awe in which they held him. When they discovered that their prodding brought no outward evidence of suffering, their awe increased, so that they soon desisted, half believing that this strange white giant was a supernatural being, and so was immune from pain. As they approached their village, they shouted aloud the victorious cries of successful warriors, so that by the time they reached the gate, dancing and waving their spears, a great crowd of men, women, and children were gathered there to greet them and hear the story of their adventure. As the eyes of the villagers fell upon the prisoner, they went wild, and heavy jaws fell open in astonishment and incredulity. For months they had lived in perpetual terror of a weird white demon whom but few had ever glimpsed and lived to describe. Warriors had disappeared from the paths almost within sight of the village, and from the midst of their companions as mysteriously and completely as though they had been swallowed by the earth, and later at night their dead bodies had fallen as from the heavens into the village street. This fearsome creature had appeared by night in the huts of the village, killed and disappeared, leaving behind him in the huts with his dead strange and terrifying evidences of an uncanny sense of humor. But now he was in their power. No longer could he terrorize them. Slowly the realization of this dawned upon them. A woman, screaming, ran forward and struck the ape-man across the face. Another and another followed her example, until Tarzan of the Apes was surrounded by a fighting, clawing, yelling mob of natives. And then Umbonga, the chief, came, and laying his spear heavily across the shoulders of his people, drove them from their prey. "We will save him until night," he said. Far out in the jungle, Tantor the elephant, his first panic of fear allayed, stood with up-pricked ears and undulating trunk. What was passing through the convolutions of his savage brain? Could he be searching for Tarzan? Could he recall and measure the service the ape-man had performed for him? Of that there can be no doubt. But did he feel gratitude? Would he have risked his own life to have saved Tarzan could he have known of the danger which confronted his friend? You will doubt it. Anyone at all familiar with elephants will doubt it. Englishmen who have hunted much with elephants in India will tell you that they never have heard of an instance in which one of these animals has gone to the aid of a man in danger, even though the man had often befriended it. And so it is to be doubted that Tantor would have attempted to overcome his instinctive fear of the black men in an effort to succor Tarzan. The screams of the infuriated villagers came faintly to his sensitive ears, and he wheeled, as though in terror, contemplating flight. But something stayed him, and again he turned about, raised his trunk, and gave voice to a shrill cry. Then he stood listening. In the distant village, where Umbonga had restored quiet and order, the voice of Tantor was scarcely audible to the blacks, but to the keen ears of Tarzan of the Apes it bore its message. His captors were leading him to a hut where he might be confined and guarded against the coming of the nocturnal orgy that would mark his torture-laden death. He halted as he heard the notes of Tantor's call, and raising his head, gave vent to a terrifying scream that sent cold chills through the superstitious blacks, and caused the warriors who guarded him to leap back, even though their prisoner's arms were securely bound behind him. With raised spears they encircled him as for a moment longer he stood listening. Faintly from the distance came another an answering cry, and Tarzan of the Apes, satisfied, turned and quietly pursued his way toward the hut where he was to be imprisoned. The afternoon wore on. From the surrounding village, the ape-man heard the bustle of preparation for the feast. Through the doorway of the hut he saw the women laying the cooking fires and filling their earthen cauldrons with water. But above it all, his ears were bent across the jungle in eager listening for the coming of Tantor. Even Tarzan but half believed that he would come. He knew Tantor even better than Tantor knew himself. He knew the timid heart which lay in the giant body. He knew the panic of terror which the scent of the Gomangani inspired within that savage breast, and as night drew on, hope died within his heart, and in the stoic calm of the wild beast which he was, he resigned himself to meet the fate which awaited him. All afternoon he had been working with the bonds that held his wrists. Very slowly they were giving. He might free his hands before they came to lead him out to be butchered, and if he did, Tarzan licked his lips in anticipation and smiled a cold, grim smile. He could imagine the feel of soft flesh beneath his fingers and the sinking of his white teeth into the throats of his foemen. He would let them taste his wrath before they overpowered him. At last they came, painted, befeathered warriors, even more hideous than nature had intended them. They came and pushed him into the open, where his appearance was greeted by wild shouts from the assembled villagers. To the stake they led him, and as they pushed him roughly against it, preparatory to binding him there securely for the dance of death that would presently encircle him, Tarzan tensed his mighty thews, and with a single powerful wrench parted the loosened thongs which had secured his hands. Like thought for quickness, he leapt forward among the warriors nearest him. A blow sent one to earth as, growling and snarling, the beast-man leapt upon the breast of another. His fangs were buried instantly in the jugular of his adversary, and then 100 black men had leapt upon him and borne him to earth. Striking, clawing, and snapping, the ape-man fought as his foster people had taught him to fight, fought like a wild beast cornered. His strength, his agility, his courage, and his intelligence rendered him easily a match for 6 black men in a hand-to-hand struggle, but not even Tarzan of the Apes could hope to successfully cope with 100. Slowly they were overpowering him, though a score of them bled from ugly wounds, and 2 lay very still beneath the trampling feet and the rolling bodies of the contestants. Overpower him they might, but could they keep him overpowered while they bound him? A half-hour of desperate endeavor convinced them that they could not, and so Mbonga, who, like all good rulers, had circled in the safety of the background, called to one to work his way in and spear the victim. Gradually, through the milling, battling men, the warrior approached the object of his quest. He stood with poised spear above his head, waiting for the instant that would expose a vulnerable part of the ape-man's body and still not endanger one of the blacks. Closer and closer he edged about, following the movements of the twisting, scuffling combatants. The growls of the ape-man sent cold chills up the warrior's spine, causing him to go carefully lest he miss at the first cast and lay himself open to an attack from those merciless teeth and mighty hands. At last he found an opening. Higher he raised his spear, tensing his muscles, rolling beneath his glistening ebon hide, and then from the jungle just beyond the palisade came a thunderous crashing. The spear hand paused. The black cast a quick glance in the direction of the disturbance, as did the others of the blacks who were not occupied with the subjugation of the ape-man. In the glare of the fires they saw a huge bulk topping the barrier. They saw the palisade belly and sway inward. They saw it burst as though built of straws, and an instant later Tantor the elephant thundered down upon them. To right and left the blacks fled, screaming in terror. Some who hovered upon the verge of the strife with Tarzan heard and made good their escape, but a half-dozen there were, so wrapped in the blood madness of battle that they failed to note the approach of the giant tusker. Upon these Tantor charged, trumpeting furiously. Above them he stopped, his sensitive trunk weaving among them, and there at the bottom he found Tarzan, bloody but still battling. A warrior turned his eyes upward from the melee. Above him towered the gigantic bulk of the pachyderm, the little eyes flashing with their reflected light of the fires, wicked, frightful, terrifying. The warrior screamed, and as he screamed, the sinuous trunk encircled him, lifted him high above the ground, and hurled him far after the fleeing crowd. Another and another Tantor wrenched from the body of the ape-man, throwing them to right and to left, where they lay either moaning or very quiet, as death came slowly or at once. At a distance, Umbonga rallied his warriors. His greedy eyes had noted the great ivory tusks of the bull. The first panic of terror relieved, he urged his men forward to attack with their heavy elephant spears, but as they came, Tantor swung Tarzan to his broad head, and, wheeling, lumbered off into the jungle through the great rent he had made in the palisade. Elephant hunters may be right when they aver that this animal would not have rendered such service to a man, but to Tantor, Tarzan was not a man. He was but a fellow jungle beast. And so it was that Tantor the elephant discharged an obligation to Tarzan of the Apes, cementing even more closely the friendship that had existed between them since Tarzan, as a little brown boy, rode upon Tantor's huge back through the moonlit jungle beneath the equatorial stars. Chapter 3. The Fight for the Baloo. Tika had become a mother. Tarzan of the Apes was intensely interested, much more so, in fact, than Torg, the father. Tarzan was very fond of Tika. Even the cares of prospective motherhood had not entirely quenched the fires of carefree youth, and Tika had remained a good-natured playmate even at an age when other shes of the tribe of Kerchak had assumed the sullen dignity of maturity. She yet retained her childish delight in the primitive games of tag and hide-and-go-seek which Tarzan's fertile man-mind had evolved. To play tag through the treetops is an exciting and inspiring pastime. Tarzan delighted in it, but the bulls of his childhood had long since abandoned such childish practices. Tika, though, had been keen for it always until shortly before the baby came. But with the advent of her firstborn, even Tika changed. The evidence of the change surprised and hurt Tarzan immeasurably. One morning he saw Tika squatted upon a low branch hugging something very close to her hairy breast. A wee something which squirmed and wriggled. Tarzan approached, filled with the curiosity which is common to all creatures endowed with brains which have progressed beyond the microscopic stage. Tika rolled her eyes in his direction and strained the squirming mite still closer to her. Tarzan came nearer. Tika drew away and bared her fangs. Tarzan was nonplussed. In all his experiences with Tika, never before had she bared her fangs at him other than in play. But today she did not look playful. Tarzan ran his brown fingers through his thick black hair, cocked his head upon one side, and stared. Then he edged a bit nearer, craning his neck to have a better look at the thing which Tika cuddled. Again Tika drew back her upper lip in a warning snarl. Tarzan reached forth a hand, cautiously, to touch the thing which Tika held, and Tika, with a hideous growl, turned suddenly upon him. Her teeth sank into the flesh of his forearm before the ape-man could snatch it away, and she pursued him for a short distance as he retreated incontinently through the trees. But Tika, carrying her baby, could not overtake him. At a safe distance, Tarzan stopped and turned to regard his erstwhile playfellow in unconcealed astonishment. What had happened to so alter the gentle Tika? She had so covered the thing in her arms that Tarzan had not yet been able to recognize it for what it was. But now, as she turned from the pursuit of him, he saw it. Through his pain and chagrin he smiled, for Tarzan had seen young ape mothers before. In a few days she would be less suspicious. Still, Tarzan was hurt. It was not right that Tika, of all others, should fear him. Why, not for the world would he harm her, or her Baloo, which is the ape word for baby. And now, above the pain of his injured arm and the hurt to his pride, rose a still stronger desire to come close and inspect the newborn son of Torg. Possibly you will wonder that Tarzan of the Apes, mighty fighter that he was, should have fled before the irritable attack of a she, or that he should hesitate to return for the satisfaction of his curiosity, when with ease he might have vanquished the weakened mother of the newborn cub. But you need not wonder. Were you an ape, you would know that only a bull in the throes of madness will turn upon a female other than to gently chastise her, with the occasional exception of the individual whom we find exemplified among our own kind, and who delights in beating up his better half because she happens to be smaller and weaker than he. Tarzan again came toward the young mother, warily and with his line of retreat safely open. Again Tika growled ferociously. Tarzan expostulated. Tarzan of the Apes will not harm Tika's Baloo, he said. Let me see it. Go away, commanded Tika. Go away, or I will kill you. Let me see it, urged Tarzan. Go away, reiterated the she-ape. Here comes Torg. He will make you go away. Torg will kill you. This is Torg's Baloo. A savage growl close behind him apprised Tarzan of the nearness of Torg and the fact that the bull had heard the warnings and threats of his mate and was coming to her succor. Now Torg, as well as Tika, had been Tarzan's playfellow while the bull was still young enough to wish to play. Once Tarzan had saved Torg's life, but the memory of an ape is not overlong, nor would gratitude rise above the parental instinct. Tarzan and Torg had once measured strength, and Tarzan had been victorious. That fact Torg could be depended upon still to remember, but even so he might readily face another defeat for his firstborn, if he chanced to be in the proper mood. From his hideous growls, which now rose in strength and volume, he seemed to be in quite the mood. Now Tarzan felt no fear of Torg, nor did the unwritten law of the jungle demand that he should flee from battle with any male, unless he cared to, from purely personal reasons. But Tarzan liked Torg. He had no grudge against him, and his man-mind told him what the mind of an ape would never have deduced, that Torg's attitude in no sense indicated hatred. It was but the instinctive urge of the male to protect its offspring and its mate. Tarzan had no desire to battle with Torg, nor did the blood of his English ancestors relish the thought of flight. Yet when the bull charged, Tarzan leapt nimbly to one side, and thus encouraged, Torg wheeled and rushed again madly to the attack. Perhaps the memory of a past defeat at Tarzan's hands goaded him. Perhaps the fact that Tika sat there watching him aroused a desire to vanquish the ape-man before her eyes. For in the breast of every jungle male lurks a vast egotism which finds expression in the performance of deeds of daring-do before an audience of the opposite sex. At the ape-man's side swung his long grass robe, the plaything of yesterday, the weapon of today, and as Torg charged the second time, Tarzan slipped the coils over his head and deftly shook out the sliding noose as he again nimbly eluded the ungainly beast. Before the ape could turn again, Tarzan had fled far aloft among the branches of the upper terrace. Torg, now wrought to a frenzy of real rage, followed him. Tika peered upward at them. It was difficult to say whether she was interested. Torg could not climb as rapidly as Tarzan, so the latter reached the higher levels, to which the heavy ape dared not follow before the former overtook him. There he halted and looked down upon his pursuer, making faces at him and calling him such choice names as occurred to the fertile man-brain. Then, when he had worked Torg to such a pitch of foaming rage that the great bull fairly danced upon the bending limb beneath him, Tarzan's hand shot suddenly outward. A widening noose dropped swiftly through the air. There was a quick jerk as it settled about Torg, falling to his knees, a jerk that tightened it securely about the hairy legs of the anthropoid. Torg, slow of wit, realized too late the intention of his tormentor. He scrambled to escape, but the ape-man gave the rope a tremendous jerk that pulled Torg from his perch, and a moment later, growling hideously, the ape hung head downward 30 feet above the ground. Tarzan secured the rope to a stout limb and descended to a point close to Torg. "Torg," he said, "you are as stupid as Buto the rhinoceros. Now you may hang here until you get a little sense in your thick head. You may hang here and watch while I go and talk with Tika." Torg blustered and threatened, but Tarzan only grinned at him as he dropped lightly to the lower levels. Here he again approached Tika, only to be again greeted with bared fangs and menacing growls. He sought to placate her. He urged his friendly intentions and craned his neck to have a look at Tika's Baloo, but the she-ape was not to be persuaded that he meant other than harm to her little one. Her motherhood was still so new that reason was yet subservient to instinct. Realizing the futility of attempting to catch and chastise Tarzan, Tika sought to escape him. She dropped to the ground and lumbered across the little clearing about which the apes of the tribe were disposed to rest or in the search of food, and presently Tarzan abandoned his attempts to persuade her to permit a close examination of the Baloo. The ape-man would have liked to handle the tiny thing. The very sight of it awakened in his breast a strange yearning. He wished to cuddle and fondle the grotesque little ape thing. It was Tika's Baloo, and Tarzan had once lavished his young affections upon Tika. But now his attention was diverted by the voice of Torg. The threats that had filled the ape's mouth had turned to pleas. The tightening noose was stopping the circulation of the blood in his legs. He was beginning to suffer. Several apes sat near him, highly interested in his predicament. They made uncomplimentary remarks about him, for each of them had felt the weight of Torg's mighty hands and the strength of his great jaws. They were enjoying revenge. Tika, seeing that Tarzan had turned back toward the trees, had halted in the center of the clearing, and there she sat, hugging her Baloo and casting suspicious glances here and there. With the coming of the Baloo, Tika's carefree world had suddenly become peopled with innumerable enemies. She saw an implacable foe in Tarzan, always heretofore her best friend. Even poor old Mumga, half-blind and almost entirely toothless, searching patiently for grub worms beneath a fallen log, represented to her a malignant spirit thirsting for the blood of the little Baloo. And while Tika guarded suspiciously against harm, where there was no harm, she failed to note two baleful yellow-green eyes staring fixedly at her from behind a clump of bushes at the opposite side of the clearing. Hollow from hunger, Sheeta the panther glared greedily at the tempting meat so close at hand, but the sight of the great bulls beyond gave him pause. Ah, if the she-ape with her Baloo would but come just a trifle nearer! A quick spring, and he would be upon them and away again with his meat before the bulls could prevent. The tip of his tawny tail moved in spasmodic little jerks. His lower jaw hung low, exposing a red tongue and yellow fangs. But all this Tika did not see, nor did any other of the apes who were feeding or resting about her. Nor did Tarzan or the apes in the trees. Hearing the abuse which the bulls were pouring upon the helpless Torg, Tarzan clambered quickly among them. One was edging closer and leaning far out in an effort to reach the dangling ape. He had worked himself into quite a fury through recollection of the last occasion upon which Torg had mauled him, and now he was bent upon revenge. Once he had grasped the swinging ape, he would quickly have drawn him within reach of his jaws. Tarzan saw and was wroth. He loved a fair fight, but the thing which this ape contemplated revolted him. Already a hairy hand had clutched the helpless Torg when, with an angry growl of protest, Tarzan leapt to the branch at the attacking ape's side, and with a single mighty cuff swept him from his perch. Surprised and enraged, the bull clutched madly for support as he toppled sideways, and then with an agile movement succeeded in projecting himself toward another limb a few feet below. Here he found a handhold, quickly righted himself, and as quickly clambered upward to be revenged upon Tarzan. But the ape-man was otherwise engaged and did not wish to be interrupted. He was explaining again to Torg the depths of the latter's abysmal ignorance, and pointing out how much greater and mightier was Tarzan of the Apes than Torg or any other ape. In the end, he would release Torg, but not until Torg was finally acquainted with his own inferiority. And then the maddened bull came from beneath, and instantly Tarzan was transformed from a good-natured teasing youth into a snarling, savage beast. Along his scalp the hair bristled, his upper lip drew back that his fighting fangs might be uncovered and ready. He did not wait for the bull to reach him, for something in the appearance or the voice of the attacker aroused within the ape-man a feeling of belligerent antagonism that would not be denied. With a scream that carried no human note, Tarzan leapt straight at the throat of the attacker. The impetuosity of this act and the weight and momentum of his body carried the bull backward, clutching and clawing for support, down through the leafy branches of the tree. For 15 feet the two fell, Tarzan's teeth buried in the jugular of his opponent, when a stout branch stopped their descent. The bull struck full upon the small of his back across the limb, hung there for a moment with the ape-man still upon his breast, and then toppled over toward the ground. Tarzan had felt the instantaneous relaxation of the body beneath him after the heavy impact with the tree limb, and as the other turned completely over and started again upon its fall toward the ground, he reached forth a hand and caught the branch in time to stay his own descent, while the ape dropped like a plummet to the foot of the tree. Tarzan looked downward for a moment upon the still form of his late antagonist. Then he rose to his full height, swelled his deep chest, smote upon it with his clenched fist, and roared out the uncanny challenge of the victorious bull-ape. Even Sheeta the panther, crouched for a spring at the edge of the little clearing, moved uneasily as the mighty voice sent its weird cry reverberating through the jungle. To right and left, nervously, glanced Sheeta, as though assuring himself that the way of escape lay ready at hand. "I am Tarzan of the Apes," boasted the ape-man, "mighty hunter, mighty fighter. None in all the jungle so great as Tarzan." Then he made his way back in the direction of Torg. Tika had watched the happenings in the tree. She had even placed her precious Baloo upon the soft grasses, and come a little nearer that she might better witness all that was passing in the branches above her. In her heart of hearts did she still esteem the smooth-skinned Tarzan? Did her savage breast swell with pride as she witnessed his victory over the ape? You will have to ask Tika." And Sheeta, the panther, saw that the she-ape had left her cub alone among the grasses. He moved his tail again as though this closest approximation of lashing in which he dared indulge might stimulate his momentarily waned courage. The cry of the victorious ape-man still held his nerves beneath its spell. It would be several minutes before he again could bring himself to the point of charging into the view of the giant anthropoids. And as he regathered his forces, Tarzan reached Torg's side, and then clambering higher up to the point where the end of the grass rope was made fast, he unloosed it and lowered the ape slowly downward, swinging him in until the clutching hands fastened upon a limb. Quickly, Torg drew himself to a position of safety and shook off the noose. In his rage-maddened heart was no room for gratitude to the ape-man. He recalled only the fact that Tarzan had laid this painful indignity upon him. He would be revenged, but just at present his legs were so numb and his head so dizzy that he must postpone the gratification of his vengeance. Tarzan was coiling his rope the while he lectured Torg on the futility of pitting his poor powers, physical and intellectual, against those of his betters. Tika had come close beneath the tree and was peering upward. Sheeta was worming his way stealthily forward, his belly close to the ground. In another moment he would be clear of the underbrush and ready for the rapid charge and the quick retreat that would end the brief existence of Tika's balu. Then Tarzan chanced to look up and across the clearing. Instantly his attitude of good-natured bantering and pompous boastfulness dropped from him. Silently and swiftly he shot downward toward the ground. Tika, seeing him coming and thinking that he was after her or her balu, bristled and prepared to fight. But Tarzan sped by her, and as he went, her eyes followed him, and she saw the cause of his sudden descent and his rapid charge across the clearing. There, in full sight now, was Sheeta, the panther, stalking slowly toward the tiny, wriggling balu which lay among the grasses many yards away. Tika gave voice to a shrill scream of terror and of warning as she dashed after the ape-man. Sheeta saw Tarzan coming. He saw the she-ape's cub before him, and he thought that this other was bent upon robbing him of his prey. With an angry growl, he charged. Torg, warned by Tika's cry, came lumbering down to her assistance. Several other bulls, growling and barking, closed in toward the clearing, but they were all much further from the balu and the panther than was Tarzan of the Apes. So it was that Sheeta and the ape-man reached Tika's little one almost simultaneously, and there they stood, one upon either side of it, baring their fangs and snarling at each other over the little creature. Sheeta was afraid to seize the balu, for thus he would give the ape-man an opening for attack, and for the same reason Tarzan hesitated to snatch the panther's prey out of harm's way, for had he stooped to accomplish this, the great beast would have been upon him in an instant. Thus they stood while Tika came across the clearing, going more slowly as she neared the panther, for even her mother love could scarce overcome her instinctive terror of this natural enemy of her kind. Behind her came Torg, warily and with many pauses and much bluster, and still behind him came other bulls, snarling ferociously and uttering their uncanny challenges. Sheeta's yellow-green eyes glared terribly at Tarzan, and past Tarzan they shot brief glances at the apes of Kerchak advancing upon him. Discretion prompted him to turn and flee, but hunger and the close proximity of the tempting morsel in the grass before him urged him to remain. He reached forth the paw toward Tika's balu, and as he did so with a savage guttural, Tarzan of the Apes was upon him. The panther reared to meet the ape-man's attack. He swung a frightful, raking blow for Tarzan that would have wiped his face away had it landed, but it did not land, for Tarzan ducked beneath it and closed, his long knife ready in one strong hand, the knife of his dead father, of the father he never had known. Instantly, the Baloo was forgotten by Sheeta the panther. He now thought only of tearing to ribbons with his powerful talons the flesh of his antagonist, of burying his long yellow fangs in the soft, smooth side of the ape-man. But Tarzan had fought before with clawed creatures of the jungle. Before now he had battled with fanged monsters, nor always had he come away unscathed. He knew the risk that he ran, but Tarzan of the Apes, inured to the sight of suffering and death, shrank from neither, for he feared neither. The instant that he dodged beneath Sheeta's blow, he leapt to the beast's rear and then full upon the tawny back, burying his teeth in Sheeta's neck and the fingers of one hand in the fur at the throat, and with the other hand he drove his blade into Sheeta's side. Over and over upon the grass rolled Sheeta, growling and screaming, clawing and biting, in a mad effort to dislodge his antagonist or get some portion of his body within range of teeth or talons. As Tarzan leapt to close quarters with the panther, Tika had run quickly in and snatched up her Baloo. Now she sat upon a high branch, safe out of harm's way, cuddling the little thing close to her hairy breast, the while her savage little eyes bored down upon the contestants in the clearing, and her ferocious voice urged Torg and the other bulls to leap into the melee. Thus goaded, the bulls came closer, redoubling their hideous clamour. But Sheeta was already sufficiently engaged. He did not even hear them. Once he succeeded in partially dislodging the ape-man from his back, so that Tarzan swung for an instant in front of those awful talons, and in the brief instant before he could regain his former hold, a raking blow from a hind paw laid open one leg from hip to knee. It was the sight and smell of this blood, possibly, which wrought upon the encircling apes, but it was Torg who really was responsible for the thing they did. Torg, but a moment before filled with rage toward Tarzan of the Apes, stood close to the battling pair, his red-rimmed, wicked little eyes glaring at them. What was passing in his savage brain? Did he gloat over the unenviable position of his recent tormentor? Did he long to see Sheeta's great fangs sink into the soft throat of the ape-man? Or did he realize the courageous unselfishness that had prompted Tarzan to rush to the rescue and imperil his life for Tika's Baloo? For Torg's little Baloo? Is gratitude a possession of man only, or do the lower orders know it also? With the spilling of Tarzan's blood, Torg answered these questions. With all the weight of his great body he leapt, hideously growling, upon Sheeta. His long fighting fangs buried themselves in the white throat. His powerful arms beat and clawed at the soft fur until it flew upward in the jungle breeze. And with Torg's example before them, the other bulls charged, burying Sheeta beneath rending fangs and filling all the forest with the wild din of their battle cries. Ah, but it was a wondrous and inspiring sight, this battle of the primordial apes and the great white ape-man with their ancestral foe, Sheeta the panther. In frenzied excitement, Tika fairly danced upon the limb which swayed beneath her great weight as she urged on the males of her people, and Thaka and Mumgar and Kama, with the other shes of the tribe of Kerchak, added their shrill cries or fierce barkings to the pandemonium which now reigned within the jungle. Presently Sheeta's torn and bloody body ceased its titanic struggles. It stiffened spasmodically, twitched, and was still, yet the bulls continued to lacerate it until the beautiful coat was torn to shreds. At last they desisted from sheer physical weariness, and then from the tangle of bloody bodies rose a crimson giant, straight as an arrow. He placed a foot upon the dead body of the panther, and lifting his blood-stained face to the blue of the equatorial heavens, gave voice to the horrid victory cry of the bull-ape. One by one his hairy fellows of the tribe of Kerchak followed his example. The shes came down from their perches of safety and struck and reviled the dead body of Sheeta. The young apes refought the battle in mimicry of their mighty elders. Tika was quite close to Tarzan. He turned and saw her with the Baloo hugged close to her hairy breast, and put out his hands to take the little one, expecting that Tika would bare her fangs and spring upon him. But instead, she placed the Baloo in his arms, and coming nearer, licked his frightful wounds. And presently Torg, who had escaped with only a few scratches, came and squatted beside Tarzan and watched him as he played with the little Baloo. And at last he too leaned over and helped Tika with the cleansing and the healing of the ape-man's hurts. Chapter 4. The God of Tarzan. Among the books of his dead father in the little cabin by the landlocked harbour, Tarzan of the Apes found many things to puzzle his young head. By much labour and through the medium of infinite patience as well, he had, without assistance, discovered the purpose of the little bugs which ran riot upon the printed pages. He had learned that in the many combinations in which he found them, they spoke in a silent language, spoke in a strange tongue, spoke of wonderful things which a little ape-boy could not by any chance fully understand, arousing his curiosity, stimulating his imagination, and filling his soul with a mighty longing for further knowledge. A dictionary had proven itself a wonderful storehouse of information, when, after several years of tireless endeavour, he had solved the mystery of its purpose and the manner of its use. He had learned to make a species of game out of it, following up the spoor of a new thought through the mazes of the many definitions which each new word required him to consult. It was like following a quarry through the jungle. It was hunting, and Tarzan of the Apes was an indefatigable huntsman. There were, of course, certain words which aroused his curiosity to a greater extent than others, words which, for one reason or another, excited his imagination. There was one, for example, the meaning of which was rather difficult to grasp. It was the word God. Tarzan first had been attracted to it by the fact that it was very short and that it commenced with a larger G-bug than those about it. A male G-bug it was to Tarzan, the lower-case letters being females. Another fact which attracted him to this word was the number of the he-bugs which figured in its definition. Supreme deity, creator or upholder of the universe. This must be a very important word indeed. He would have to look into it, and he did, although it still baffled him after many months of thought and study. However, Tarzan counted no time wasted which he devoted to these strange hunting expeditions into the game preserves of knowledge, for each word and each definition led on and on into strange places, into new worlds where, with increasing frequency, he met old, familiar faces. And always he added to his store of knowledge. But of the meaning of God he was yet in doubt. Once he thought he had grasped it, that God was a mighty chieftain, king of all the Mangani. He was not quite sure, however, since that would mean that God was mightier than Tarzan, a point which Tarzan of the Apes, who acknowledged no equal in the jungle, was loath to concede. But in all the books he had there was no picture of God, though he found much to confirm his belief that God was a great and all-powerful individual. He saw pictures of places where God was worshipped, but never any sign of God. Finally he began to wonder if God were not of a different form than he, and at last he determined to set out in search of him. He commenced by questioning Mumga, who was very old and had seen many strange things in her long life, but Mumga, being an ape, had a faculty for recalling the trivial. That time when Gunto mistook a sting bug for an edible beetle had made more impression upon Mumga than all the innumerable manifestations of the greatness of God which she had witnessed, and which, of course, she had not understood. Numgo, overhearing Tarzan's questions, managed to wrest his attention long enough from the diversion of flea hunting to advance the theory that the power which made the lightning and the rain and the thunder came from Goro, the moon. He knew this, he said, because the dum-dum always was danced in the light of Goro. This reasoning, though entirely satisfactory to Numgo and Mumga, failed fully to convince Tarzan. However, it gave him a basis for further investigation along a new line. He would investigate the moon. That night he clambered to the loftiest pinnacle of the tallest jungle giant. The moon was full, a great, glorious equatorial moon. The ape-man, upright upon a slender swaying limb, raised his bronze face to the silver orb. Now that he had clambered to the highest point within his reach, he discovered to his surprise that Goro was as far away as when he viewed him from the ground. He thought that Goro was attempting to elude him. "Come, Goro," he cried. "Tarzan of the Apes will not harm you." But still the moon held aloof. "Tell me," he continued, "if you be the great king who sends Ara, the lightning, who makes the great noise and the mighty winds, and sends the waters down upon the jungle people when the days are dark and it is cold, tell me, Goro, are you God?" Of course he did not pronounce God as you or I would pronounce his name, for Tarzan knew aught of the spoken language of his English forebears, but he had a name of his own invention for each of the little bugs which constituted the alphabet. Unlike the apes, he was not satisfied merely to have a mental picture of the things he knew. He must have a word descriptive of each. In reading, he grasped a word in its entirety, but when he spoke the words he had learned from the books of his father, he pronounced each according to the names he had given the various little bugs which occurred in it, usually giving the gender prefix for each. Thus it was an imposing word which Tarzan made of God. The masculine prefix of the apes is Bu, the female Mu. G Tarzan had named La, O he pronounced Tu. So the word God evolved itself into Bu Lama Tumamo, or in English, He Ji Shio Shi Di. Similarly, he had arrived at a strange and wonderful spelling of his own name. Tarzan is derived from the two ape words Tar and Zan, meaning white skin. It was given him by his foster mother Kala, the great she-ape. When Tarzan first put it into the written language of his own people, he had not yet chanced upon either white or skin in the dictionary. But in a primer he had seen the words of a little white boy, and so he wrote his name Rumudi Mutumoro, or he-boy. To follow Tarzan's strange system of spelling would be laborious as well as futile, and so we shall in the future, as we have in the past, adhere to the more familiar forms of our grammar school copybooks. It would tire you to remember that do meant be, tu o, and ro y, and that to say he-boy you must prefix the ape masculine gender sound bu before the entire word and the feminine gender sound mu before each of the lowercase letters which go to make up boy. It would tire you, and it would bring me to the 19th hole several strokes under par. And so Tarzan harangued the moon, and when Goro did not reply, Tarzan of the Apes waxed wroth. He swelled his giant chest and bared his fighting fangs, and hurled into the teeth of the dead satellite the challenge of the bull ape. "You are not Bula Tamumuma," he cried. "You are not king of the jungle folk. You are not so great as Tarzan, mighty fighter, mighty hunter. None there is so great as Tarzan. If there be a Bula Mutumumo, Tarzan can kill him. Come down, Goro, great coward, and fight with Tarzan. Tarzan will kill you. I am Tarzan the killer." But the moon made no answer to the boasting of the ape-man, and when a cloud came and obscured her face, Tarzan thought that Goro was indeed afraid and was hiding from him. So he came down out of the trees and awoke Numgo, and told him how great was Tarzan, how he had frightened Goro out of the sky and made him tremble. Tarzan spoke of the moon as he, for all things large or awe-inspiring are male to the ape-folk. Numgo was not much impressed, and he was very sleepy, so he told Tarzan to go away and leave his betters alone. "But where shall I find God?" insisted Tarzan. "You are very old. If there is a God, you must have seen him. What does he look like? Where does he live?" "I am God," replied Numgo. "Now sleep and disturb me no more." Tarzan looked at Numgo steadily for several minutes. His shapely head sank just a trifle between his great shoulders, his square chin shot forward, and his short upper lip drew back, exposing his white teeth. Then, with a low growl, he leapt upon the ape and buried his fangs in the other's hairy shoulder, clutching the great neck in his mighty fingers. Twice he shook the old ape, then he released his tooth-hold. "Are you God?" he demanded. "No," wailed Numgo. "I am only a poor old ape. Leave me alone. Go ask the Gomangani where God is. They are hairless like yourself and very wise too. They should know." Tarzan released Numgo and turned away. The suggestion that he consult the blacks appealed to him, and though his relations with the people of Mbonga, the chief, were the antithesis of friendly, he could at least spy upon his hated enemies and discover if they had intercourse with God. So it was that Tarzan set forth through the trees toward the village of the blacks, all excitement at the prospect of discovering the Supreme Being, the Creator of all things. As he travelled, he reviewed mentally his armament, the condition of his hunting knife, the number of his arrows, the newness of the gut which strung his bow. He hefted the war spear which had once been the pride of some black warrior of Mbonga's tribe. If he met God, Tarzan would be prepared. One could never tell whether a grass rope, a war spear, or a poisoned arrow would be most efficacious against an unfamiliar foe. Tarzan of the Apes was quite content. If God wished to fight, the ape-man had no doubt as to the outcome of the struggle. There were many questions Tarzan wished to put to the Creator of the universe, and so he hoped that God would not prove a belligerent God. But his experience of life and the ways of living things had taught him that any creature with the means for offense and defense was quite likely to provoke attack if in the proper mood. It was dark when Tarzan came to the village of Mbonga. As silently as the silent shadows of the night, he sought his accustomed place among the branches of the great tree which overhung the palisade. Below him, in the village street, he saw men and women. The men were hideously painted, more hideously than usual. Among them moved a weird and grotesque figure, a tall figure that went upon the 2 legs of a man and yet had the head of a buffalo. A tail dangled to his ankles behind him, and in one hand he carried a zebra's tail while the other clutched a bunch of small arrows. Tarzan was electrified. Could it be that chance had given him thus early an opportunity to look upon God? Surely this thing was neither man nor beast. So what could it be other than the Creator of the universe? The ape-man watched the every move of the strange creature. He saw the black men and women fall back at its approach as though they stood in terror of its mysterious powers. Presently he discovered that the deity was speaking and that all listened in silence to his words. Tarzan was sure that none other than God could inspire such awe in the hearts of the Gomangani, or stop their mouths so effectually without recourse to arrows or spears. Tarzan had come to look with contempt upon the blacks, principally because of their garrulity. The small apes talked a great deal and ran away from an enemy. The big old bulls of Kerchak talked but little and fought upon the slightest provocation. Numa the lion was not given to loquacity, yet of all the jungle folk there were few who fought more often than he. Tarzan witnessed strange things that night, none of which he understood, and perhaps because they were strange, he thought that they must have to do with the god he could not understand. He saw 3 youths receive their first war spears in a weird ceremony, which the grotesque witch doctor strove successfully to render uncanny and awesome. Hugely interested, he watched the slashing of the 3 brown arms and the exchange of blood with Mbonga the chief in the rites of the ceremony of blood brotherhood. He saw the zebra's tail dipped into a cauldron of water above which the witch doctor had made magical passes, the while he danced and leapt about it, and he saw the breasts and foreheads of each of the 3 novitiates sprinkled with the charmed liquid. Could the ape-man have known the purpose of this act, that it was intended to render the recipient invulnerable to the attacks of his enemies and fearless in the face of any danger, he would doubtless have leapt into the village street and appropriated the zebra's tail and a portion of the contents of the cauldron. But he did not know, and so he only wondered, not alone at what he saw, but at the strange sensations which played up and down his naked spine, sensations induced, doubtless, by the same hypnotic influence which held the black spectators in tense awe upon the verge of a hysteric upheaval. The longer Tarzan watched, the more convinced he became that his eyes were upon God, and with the conviction came determination to have word with the deity. With Tarzan of the Apes, to think was to act. The people of Umbongo were keyed to the highest pitch of hysterical excitement. They needed little to release the accumulated pressure of static nerve force which the terrorizing mummery of the witch doctor had induced. A lion roared, suddenly and loud, close without the palisade. The blacks started nervously, dropping into utter silence as they listened for a repetition of that all-too-familiar and always terrorizing voice. Even the witch doctor paused in the midst of an intricate step, remaining momentarily rigid and statuesque as he plumbed his cunning mind for a suggestion as how best he might take advantage of the condition of his audience and the timely interruption. Already the evening had been vastly profitable to him. There would be 3 goats for the initiation of the 3 youths into full-fledged warriorship, and besides these he had received several gifts of grain and beads, together with a piece of copper wire from admiring and terrified members of his audience. Numa's roar still reverberated along taut nerves when a woman's laugh, shrill and piercing, shattered the silence of the village. It was this moment that Tarzan chose to drop lightly from his tree into the village street. Fearless among his blood enemies, he stood, taller by a full head than many of Mbonga's warriors, straight as their straightest arrow, muscled like Numa the lion. For a moment, Tarzan stood, looking straight at the witch doctor. Every eye was upon him, yet no one had moved. A paralysis of terror held them, to be broken a moment later as the ape-man, with a toss of head, stepped straight toward the hideous figure beneath the buffalo head. And then the nerves of the blacks could stand no more. For months the terror of the strange white jungle god had been upon them. Their arrows had been stolen from the very center of the village, their warriors had been silently slain upon the jungle trails, and their dead bodies dropped mysteriously and by night into the village street as from the heavens above. 1 or 2 there were who had glimpsed the strange figure of the new demon, and it was from their oft-repeated descriptions that the entire village now recognized Tarzan as the author of many of their ills. Upon another occasion, and by daylight, the warriors would doubtless have leapt to attack him, but at night, and this night of all others, when they were wrought to such a pitch of nervous dread by the uncanny artistry of their witch doctor, they were helpless with terror. As one man they turned and fled, scattering for their huts as Tarzan advanced. For a moment one, and one only, held his ground. It was the witch doctor. More than half self-hypnotized into a belief in his own charlatanry, he faced this new demon who threatened to undermine his ancient and lucrative profession. "Are you God?" asked Tarzan. The witch doctor, having no idea of the meaning of the other's words, danced a few strange steps, leapt high in the air, turning completely around and alighting in a stooping posture with feet far outspread and head thrust out toward the ape-man. Thus he remained for an instant before he uttered a loud "boo," which was evidently intended to frighten Tarzan away, but in reality had no such effect. Tarzan did not pause. He had set out to approach and examine God, and nothing upon earth might now stay his feet. Seeing that his antics had no potency with the visitor, the witch doctor tried some new medicine. Spitting upon the zebra's tail, which he still clutched in one hand, he made circles above it with the arrows in the other hand, meanwhile backing cautiously away from Tarzan and speaking confidentially to the bushy end of the tail. This medicine must be short medicine, however, for the creature, god or demon, was steadily closing up the distance which had separated them. The circles, therefore, were few and rapid, and when they were completed, the witch doctor struck an attitude which was intended to be awe-inspiring, and waving the zebra's tail before him, drew an imaginary line between himself and Tarzan. "Beyond this line you cannot pass, for my medicine is strong medicine," he cried. "Stop, or you will fall dead as your foot touches this spot. My mother was a voodoo, my father was a snake. I live upon lions' hearts and the entrails of a panther. I eat young babies for breakfast, and the demons of the jungle are my slaves. I am the most powerful witch doctor in the world. I fear nothing, for I cannot die. But he got no further. Instead, he turned and fled as Tarzan of the Apes crossed the magical deadline and still lived. As the witch doctor ran, Tarzan almost lost his temper. This was no way for God to act, at least not in accordance with the conception Tarzan had come to have of God. "Come back," he cried. "Come back, God, I will not harm you." But the witch doctor was in full retreat by this time, stepping high as he leapt over cooking pots and the smouldering embers of small fires that had burned before the huts of villagers. Straight for his own hut ran the witch doctor, terror spurred to unwonted speed, but futile was his effort. The ape-man bore down upon him with the speed of Bara the deer. Just at the entrance to his hut, the witch doctor was overhauled. A heavy hand fell upon his shoulder to drag him back. It seized upon a portion of the buffalo hide, dragging the disguise from him. It was a naked black man that Tarzan saw dodge into the darkness of the hut's interior. So this was what he had thought was God. Tarzan's lip curled in an angry snarl as he leapt into the hut after the terror-stricken witch doctor. In the blackness within, he found the man huddled at the far side and dragged him forth into the comparative lightness of the moonlit night. The witch doctor bit and scratched in an attempt to escape, but a few cuffs across the head brought him to a better realization of the futility of resistance. Beneath the moon, Tarzan held the cringing figure upon its shaking feet. "So you are God," he cried. "If you be God, then Tarzan is greater than God." And so the ape-man thought. "I am Tarzan," he shouted into the ear of the black. "In all the jungle, or above it, or upon the running waters, or the sleeping waters, or upon the big water, or the little water, there is none so great as Tarzan. Tarzan is greater than the Mangani. He is greater than the Go-Mangani. With his own hands he has slain Numa the lion and Sheeta the panther. There is none so great as Tarzan. Tarzan is greater than God. See!" And with a sudden wrench he twisted the black's neck until the fellow shrieked in pain and then slumped to the earth in a swoon. Placing his foot upon the neck of the fallen witch doctor, The ape-man raised his face to the moon and uttered the long, shrill scream of the victorious bull-ape. And then he stooped and snatched the zebra's tail from the nerveless fingers of the unconscious man, and without a backward glance retraced his footsteps across the village. From several hut doorways, frightened eyes watched him. Mbonga, the chief, was one of those who had seen what had passed before the hut of the witch-doctor. Mbonga was greatly concerned. Wise old patriarch that he was, he never had more than half believed in witch-doctors, at least not since greater wisdom had come with age, but as a chief he was well convinced of the power of the witch-doctor as an arm of government, and often it was that Mbonga used the superstitious fears of his people to his own ends through the medium of the medicine-man. Mbonga and the witch-doctor had worked together and divided the spoils, and now the face of the witch-doctor would be lost forever if any saw that Mbonga had seen, nor would this generation again have as much faith in any future witch-doctor. Mbonga must do something to counteract the evil influence of the forest demon's victory over the witch-doctor. He raised his heavy spear and crept silently from his hut in the wake of the retreating ape-man. Down the village street walked Tarzan, as unconcerned and as deliberate as though only the friendly apes of Kerchak surrounded him, instead of a village full of armed enemies. Seeming only was the indifference of Tarzan, for alert and watchful was every well-trained sense. Mbonga, wily stalker of keen-eared jungle creatures, moved now in utter silence. Not even Bara, the deer, with his great ears, could have guessed from any sound that Mbonga was near, but the black was not stalking Bara. He was stalking man, and so he sought only to avoid noise. Closer and closer to the slowly moving ape-man he came. Now he raised his war spear, throwing his spear hand far back above his right shoulder. Once and for all would Mbonga, the chief, rid himself and his people of the menace of this terrifying enemy. He would make no poor cast. He would take pains, and he would hurl his weapon with such great force as would finish the demon forever. But Mbonga, sure as he thought himself, erred in his calculations. He might believe that he was stalking a man. He did not know, however, that it was a man with the delicate sense perception of the lower orders. Tarzan, when he had turned his back upon his enemies, had noted what Mbonga never would have thought of considering in the hunting of man: the wind. It was blowing in the same direction that Tarzan was proceeding, carrying to his delicate nostrils the odors which arose behind him. Thus it was that Tarzan knew that he was being followed, for even among the many stenches of an African village, the ape-man's uncanny faculty was equal to the task of differentiating one stench from another and locating with remarkable precision the source whence it came. He knew that a man was following him and coming closer, and his judgment warned him of the purpose of the stalker. When Mbonga, therefore, came within spear range of the ape-man, the latter suddenly wheeled upon him, so suddenly that the poised spear was shot a fraction of a second before Mbonga had intended. It went a trifle high, and Tarzan stooped to let it pass over his head. Then he sprang toward the chief. But Mbonga did not wait to receive him. Instead, he turned and fled for the dark doorway of the nearest hut, calling as he went for his warriors to fall upon the stranger and slay him. Well, indeed, might Mbonga scream for help, for Tarzan, young and fleet-footed, covered the distance between them in great leaps at the speed of a charging lion. He was growling, too, not at all unlike Numa himself. Mbonga heard, and his blood ran cold. He could feel the wool stiffen upon his pate and a prickly chill run up his spine, as though death had come and run his cold finger along Mbonga's back. Others heard, too, and saw, from the darkness of their huts, bold warriors, hideously painted, grasping heavy war spears in nerveless fingers. Against Numa, the lion, they would have charged fearlessly. Against many times their own number of black warriors, they would have raced to the protection of their chief. But this weird jungle demon filled them with terror. There was nothing human in the bestial growls that rumbled up from his deep chest. There was nothing human in the bared fangs or the cat-like leaps. Mbongo's warriors were terrified. Too terrified to leave the seeming security of their huts while they watched the beast-man spring full upon the back of their old chieftain. Mbonga went down with a scream of terror. He was too frightened even to attempt to defend himself. He just lay beneath his antagonist in a paralysis of fear, screaming at the top of his lungs. Tarzan half rose and kneeled above the black. He turned Mbonga over and looked him in the face, exposing the man's throat. Then he drew his long, keen knife, the knife that John Clayton, Lord Greystoke, had brought from England many years before. He raised it close above Mbonga's neck. The old black whimpered with terror. He pleaded for his life in a tongue which Tarzan could not understand. For the first time, the ape-man had a close view of the chief. He saw an old man, a very old man with scrawny neck and wrinkled face, a dried, parchment-like face which resembled some of the little monkeys Tarzan knew so well. He saw the terror in the man's eyes. Never before had Tarzan seen such terror in the eyes of any animal, or such a piteous appeal for mercy upon the face of any creature. Something stayed the ape-man's hand for an instant. He wondered why it was that he hesitated to make the kill. Never before had he thus delayed. The old man seemed to wither and shrink to a bag of puny bones beneath his eyes. So weak and helpless and terror-stricken he appeared that the ape-man was filled with a great contempt. But another sensation also claimed him. Something new to Tarzan of the Apes in relation to an enemy. It was pity. Pity for a poor, frightened old man. Tarzan rose and turned away, leaving Mbonga the chief unharmed. With head held high, the ape-man walked through the village, swung himself into the branches of the tree which overhung the palisade, and disappeared from the sight of the villagers. All the way back to the stamping ground of the apes, Tarzan sought for an explanation of the strange power which had stayed his hand and prevented him from slaying Mbonga. It was as though someone greater than he had commanded him to spare the life of the old man. Tarzan could not understand, for he could conceive of nothing or no one with the authority to dictate to him what he should do or what he should refrain from doing. It was late when Tarzan sought a swaying couch among the trees beneath which slept the apes of Kachak, and he was still absorbed in the solution of his strange problem when he fell asleep. The sun was well up in the heavens when he awoke. The apes were astir in search of food. Tarzan watched them lazily from above as they scratched in the rotting loam for bugs and beetles and grubworms, or sought among the branches of the trees for eggs and young birds or luscious caterpillars. An orchid, dangling close beside his head, opened slowly, unfolding its delicate petals to the warmth and light of the sun which but recently had penetrated to its shady retreat. 1,000 times had Tarzan of the Apes witnessed the beauteous miracle, but now it aroused a keener interest. For the ape-man was just commencing to ask himself questions about all the myriad wonders which heretofore he had but taken for granted. What made the flower open? What made it grow from a tiny bud to a full-blown bloom? Why was it at all? Why was he? Where did Numa, the lion, come from? Who planted the first tree? How did Goro get away up into the darkness of the night sky to cast his welcome light upon the fearsome nocturnal jungle? And the sun? Did the sun merely happen there? Why were all the peoples of the jungle not trees? Why were the trees not something else? Why was Tarzan different from Torg, and Torg different from Bara the deer, and Bara different from Sheeta the panther? And why was not Sheeta like Buto the rhinoceros? Where and how, anyway, did they all come from? The trees, the flowers, the insects, the countless creatures of the jungle. Quite unexpectedly, an idea popped into Tarzan's head. In following out the many ramifications of the dictionary definition of God, he had come upon the word create, to cause to come into existence, to form out of nothing. Tarzan almost had arrived at something tangible when a distant wail startled him from his preoccupation into sensibility of the present and the real. The wail came from the jungle at some little distance from Tarzan's swaying couch. It was the wail of a tiny Baloo. Tarzan recognized it at once as the voice of Gazan, Tika's baby. They had called it Gazan because its soft baby hair had been unusually red, and Gazan, in the language of the great apes, means red skin. The wail was immediately followed by a real scream of terror from the small lungs. Tarzan was electrified into instant action. Like an arrow from a bow, he shot through the trees in the direction of the sound. Ahead of him, he heard the savage snarling of an adult she-ape. It was Tika to the rescue. The danger must be very real. Tarzan could tell that by the note of rage mingled with fear in the voice of the she. Running along bending limbs, swinging from one tree to another, the ape-man raced through the middle terraces toward the sounds which now had risen in volume to deafening proportions. From all directions the apes of Kerchak were hurrying in response to the appeal in the tones of the Baloo and its mother, and as they came, their roars reverberated through the forest. But Tarzan, swifter than his heavy fellows, distanced them all. It was he who was first upon the scene. What he saw sent a cold chill through his giant frame, for the enemy was the most hated and loathed of all the jungle creatures. Twined in a great tree was Hista, the snake, huge, ponderous, slimy, and in the folds of its deadly embrace was Tika's little Baloo, Gazan. Nothing in the jungle inspired within the breast of Tarzan so near a semblance to fear as did the hideous Hista. The apes, too, loathed the terrifying reptile and feared him even more than they did Sheeta the panther or Numa the lion. Of all their enemies, there was none they gave a wider berth than they gave Hista the snake. Tarzan knew that Tika was peculiarly fearful of this silent, repulsive foe, and as the scene broke upon his vision, it was the action of Tika which filled him with the greatest wonder. For at the moment that he saw her, the she-ape leapt upon the glistening body of the snake, and as the mighty folds encircled her as well as her offspring, she made no effort to escape, but instead grasped the writhing body in a futile effort to tear it from her screaming Baloo. Tarzan knew all too well how deep-rooted was Tika's terror of Hista. He scarce could believe the testimony of his own eyes then, when they told him that she had voluntarily rushed into that deadly embrace. Nor was Tika's innate dread of the monster much greater than Tarzan's own. Never willingly had he touched the snake. Why, he could not say, for he would admit fear of nothing, nor was it fear, but rather an inherent repulsion bequeathed to him by many generations of civilized ancestors, and back of them, perhaps, by countless myriads of such as Tika, in the breasts of each of which had lurked the same nameless terror of the slimy reptile. Yet Tarzan did not hesitate more than had Tika, but leapt upon Hista with all the speed and impetuosity that he would have shown had he been springing upon Bara the deer to make a kill for food. Thus beset, the snake writhed and twisted horribly, but not for an instant did it loose its hold upon any one of its intended victims, for it had included the ape-man in its cold embrace the minute that he had fallen upon it. Still clinging to the tree, the mighty reptile held the three as though they had been without weight, the while it sought to crush the life from them. Tarzan had drawn his knife, and this he now plunged rapidly into the body of the enemy, but the encircling folds promised to sap his life before he had inflicted a death wound upon the snake. Yet on he fought, nor once did he seek to escape the horrid death that confronted him. His sole aim was to slay Hister and thus free Tika and her Baloo. The great, wide, gaping jaws of the snake turned and hovered above him. The elastic maw, which could accommodate a rabbit or a horned buck with equal facility, yawned for him, but Hister, in turning his attention upon the ape-man, brought his head within reach of Tarzan's blade. Instantly a brown hand leapt forth and seized the mottled neck, and another drove the heavy hunting knife to the hilt into the little brain. Convulsively Hister shuddered and relaxed, tensed and relaxed again, whipping and striking with his great body, but no longer sentient or sensible. Hister was dead, but in his death throes he might easily dispatch a dozen apes or men. Quickly Tarzan seized Tika and dragged her from the loosened embrace, dropping her to the ground beneath. Then he extricated the Baloo and tossed it to its mother. Still Hister whipped about, clinging to the ape-man, but after a dozen efforts Tarzan succeeded in wriggling free and leaping to the ground out of range of the mighty battering of the dying snake. A circle of apes surrounded the scene of the battle, but the moment that Tarzan broke safely from the enemy, they turned silently away to resume their interrupted feeding, and Tika turned with them, apparently forgetful of all but her Baloo and the fact that, when the interruption had occurred, she just had discovered an ingeniously hidden nest containing 3 perfectly good eggs. Tarzan, equally indifferent to a battle that was over, merely cast a passing glance at the still writhing body of Hister and wandered off toward the little pool which served to water the tribe at this point. Strangely, he did not give the victory cry over the vanquished Hister. Why, he could not have told you, other than that to him Hister was not an animal. He differed in some peculiar way from the other denizens of the jungle. Tarzan only knew that he hated him. At the pool, Tarzan drank his fill and lay stretched upon the soft grass beneath the shade of a tree. His mind reverted to the battle with Hister the snake. It seemed strange to him that Tika should have placed herself within the folds of the horrid monster. Why had she done it? Why, indeed, had he? Tika did not belong to him, nor did Tika's Baloo. They were both Torgs. Why, then, had he done this thing? Hister was not food for him when he was dead. There seemed to Tarzan, now that he gave the matter thought, no reason in the world why he should have done the thing he did, and presently it occurred to him that he had acted almost involuntarily, just as he had acted when he had released the old Gomangani the previous evening. What made him do such things? Somebody more powerful than he must force him to act at times. All-powerful, thought Tarzan. The little bugs say that God is all-powerful. It must be that God made me do these things, for I never did them by myself. It was God who made Tika rush upon Hister. Tika would never go near Hister of her own volition. It was God who held my knife from the throat of the old Gomangani. God accomplishes strange things, for he is all-powerful. I cannot see him, but I know that it must be God who does these things. No Mangani, no Gomangani, no Tarmangani could do them. And the flowers, who made them grow? Ah, now it was all explained. The flowers, the trees, the moon, the sun, himself, every living creature in the jungle, they were all made by God out of nothing. And what was God? What did God look like? Of that he had no conception, but he was sure that everything that was good came from God. His good act in refraining from slaying the poor, defenseless old Gomangani, Tika's love that had hurled her into the embrace of death, his own loyalty to Tika, which had jeopardized his life that she might live. The flowers and the trees were good and beautiful. God had made them. He made the other creatures too, that each might have food upon which to live. He had made Sheeta the panther with his beautiful coat, and Numa the lion with his noble head and his shaggy mane. He had made Bara the deer, lovely and graceful. Yes, Tarzan had found God, and he spent the whole day in attributing to him all of the good and beautiful things of nature. But there was one thing which troubled him. He could not quite reconcile it to his conception of his new-found God. Chapter 5. Tarzan and the Black Boy. Tarzan of the Apes sat at the foot of a great tree braiding a new grass rope. Beside him lay the fray remnants of the old one, torn and severed by the fangs and talons of Sheeta the panther. Only half the original rope was there, the balance having been carried off by the angry cat as he bounded away through the jungle with the noose still about his savage neck and the loose end dragging among the underbrush. Tarzan smiled as he recalled Sheeta's great rage, his frantic efforts to free himself from the entangling strands, his uncanny screams that were part hate, part anger, part terror. He smiled in retrospection at the discomfiture of his enemy, and in anticipation of another day as he added an extra strand to his new rope. This would be the strongest, the heaviest rope that Tarzan of the Apes ever had fashioned. Visions of Numa, the lion, straining futilely in its embrace, thrilled the ape-man. He was quite content, for his hands and his brain were busy. Content, too, were his fellows of the tribe of Kachak, searching for food in the clearing and the surrounding trees about him. No perplexing thoughts of the future burdened their minds, and only occasionally dimly arose recollections of the near past. They were stimulated to a species of brutal content by the delectable busyness of filling their bellies. Afterward, they would sleep. It was their life, and they enjoyed it as we enjoy ours, you and I, as Tarzan enjoyed his. Possibly they enjoyed theirs more than we enjoy ours, for who shall say that the beasts of the jungle do not better fulfill the purposes for which they are created than does man with his many excursions into strange fields and his contraventions of the laws of nature? And what gives greater content and greater happiness than the fulfilling of a destiny? As Tarzan worked, Gazan, Tika's little Balu, played about him while Tika sought food upon the opposite side of the clearing. No more did Tika the mother or Torg the sullen sire harbor suspicions of Tarzan's intentions toward their firstborn. Had he not courted death to save their Gazan from the fangs and talons of Sheeta? Did he not fondle and cuddle the little one with even as great a show of affection as Tika herself displayed? Their fears were allayed, and Tarzan now found himself often in the role of nursemaid to a tiny anthropoid, an avocation which he found by no means irksome, since Gazan was a never-failing fount of surprises and entertainment. Just now, the apeling was developing those arboreal tendencies which were to stand him in such good stead during the years of his youth, when rapid flight into the upper terraces was of far more importance and value than his undeveloped muscles and untried fighting fangs. Backing off 15 or 20 feet from the bole of the tree beneath the branches of which Tarzan worked upon his robe, Gazan scampered quickly forward, scrambling nimbly upward to the lower limbs. Here he would squat for a moment or two, quite proud of his achievement, and then clamber to the ground again and repeat. Sometimes, quite often, in fact, for he was an ape, his attention was distracted by other things. A beetle, a caterpillar, a tiny field mouse, and off he would go in pursuit. The caterpillars he always caught, and sometimes the beetles, but the field mice never. Now he discovered the tail of the rope upon which Tarzan was working. Grasping it in one small hand, he bounced away, for all the world like an animated rubber ball, snatching it from the ape-man's hand and running off across the clearing. Tarzan leapt to his feet and was in pursuit in an instant. No trace of anger on his face or in his voice as he called to the roguish little Baloo to drop his rope. Straight toward his mother raced Gazan, and after him came Tarzan. Tika looked up from her feeding, and in the first instant that she realized that Gazan was fleeing and that another was in pursuit, she bared her fangs and bristled. But when she saw that the pursuer was Tarzan, she turned back to the business that had been occupying her attention. At her very feet, the ape-man overhauled the Baloo, and though the youngster squealed and fought when Tarzan seized him, Tika only glanced casually in their direction. No longer did she fear harm to her firstborn at the hands of the ape-man. Had he not saved Gazan on 2 occasions? Rescuing his rope, Tarzan returned to his tree and resumed his labor, but thereafter it was necessary to watch carefully the playful Baloo, who was now possessed to steal it whenever he thought his great, smooth-skinned cousin was momentarily off his guard. But even under this handicap, Tarzan finally completed the rope, a long, pliant weapon, stronger than any he ever had made before. The discarded piece of his former one he gave to Gazan for a plaything, for Tarzan had it in his mind to instruct Tika's Baloo, after ideas of his own, when the youngster should be old and strong enough to profit by his precepts. At present, the little ape's innate aptitude for mimicry would be sufficient to familiarize him with Tarzan's ways and weapons, and so the ape-man swung off into the jungle, his new rope coiled over one shoulder, while little Gazan hopped about the clearing, dragging the old one after him in childish glee. As Tarzan travelled, dividing his quest for food with one for a sufficiently noble quarry whereupon to test his new weapon, his mind was often upon Gazan. The ape-man had realized a deep affection for Tika's Baloo almost from the first, partly because the child belonged to Tika, his first love, and partly for the little ape's own sake and Tarzan's human longing for some sentient creature upon which to expend those natural affections of the soul which are inherent to all normal members of the genus Homo. Tarzan envied Tika. It was true that Gazan evidenced a considerable reciprocation of Tarzan's fondness for him, even preferring him to his own surly sire. But to Tika, the little one turned when in pain or terror, when tired or hungry. Then it was that Tarzan felt quite alone in the world and longed desperately for one who should turn first to him for succor and protection. Torg had Tika, Tika had Gazan, and nearly every other bull and cow of the tribe of Kachak had one or more to love and by whom to be loved. Of course, Tarzan could scarcely formulate the thought in precisely this way. He only knew that he craved something which was denied him, something which seemed to be represented by those relations which existed between Tika and a Baloo, and so he envied Tika and longed for a Baloo of his own. He saw Sheeta and his mate with their little family of 3, and deeper inland toward the rocky hills, where one might lie up during the heat of the day, in the dense shade of a tangled thicket close under the cool face of an overhanging rock, Tarzan had found the lair of Numa the lion and of Saber the lioness. Here he had watched them with their little balloos, playful creatures, spotted leopard-like, and he had seen the young fawn with Bara the deer and with Buto the rhinoceros, its ungainly little one. Each of the creatures of the jungle had its own, except Tarzan. It made the ape-man sad to think upon this thing, sad and lonely. But presently the scent of game cleared his young mind of all other considerations, as, cat-like, he crawled far out upon a bending limb above the game trail which led to the ancient watering place of the wild things of this wild world. How many thousands of times had this great old limb bent to the savage form of some bloodthirsty hunter in the long years that it had spread its leafy branches above the deep-worn jungle path? Tarzan the ape-man, Sheeta the panther, and Hista the snake, it knew well. They had worn smooth the bark upon its upper surface. Today it was Horta the boar, which came down toward the watcher in the old tree. Horta the boar, whose formidable tusks and diabolical temper preserved him from all but the most ferocious or most famished of the largest carnivora. But to Tarzan, meat was meat. Naught that was edible or tasty might pass a hungry Tarzan unchallenged and unattacked. In hunger, as in battle, the ape-man out-savaged the dreariest denizens of the jungle. He knew neither fear nor mercy, except upon rare occasions when some strange, inexplicable force stayed his hand, a force inexplicable to him, perhaps, because of his ignorance of his own origin and of all the forces of humanitarianism and civilization that were his rightful heritage because of that origin. So, today, instead of staying his hand until a less formidable feast found its way toward him, Tarzan dropped his noose about the neck of Horta the boar. It was an excellent test for the untried strands. The angered boar bolted this way and that, but each time the new rope held him where Tarzan had made it fast, about the stem of the tree above the branch from which he had cast it. As Horta grunted and charged, slashing the sturdy jungle patriarch with his mighty tusks until the bark flew in every direction, Tarzan dropped to the ground behind him. In the ape-man's hand was the long, keen blade that had been his constant companion since that distant day upon which chance had directed its point into the body of Bolgani, the gorilla, and saved the torn and bleeding man-child from what else had been certain death. Tarzan walked in toward Horta, who swung now to face his enemy. Mighty and muscled as was the young giant, it would yet have appeared but the maddest folly for him to face so formidable a creature as Horta the boar, armed only with a slender hunting knife. So it would have seemed to one who knew Horta even slightly, and Tarzan not at all. For a moment Horta stood motionless facing the ape-man. His wicked, deep-set eyes flashed angrily. He shook his lowered head. "Mud-eater," jeered the ape-man, "wallower in filth. Even your meat stinks, but it is juicy and makes Tarzan strong. Today I shall eat your heart, O lord of the great tusks, that it shall keep savage that which pounds against my own ribs." Horta, understanding nothing of what Tarzan said, was none the less enraged because of that. He saw only a naked man-thing, hairless and futile, pitting his puny fangs and soft muscles against his own indomitable savagery, and he charged. Tarzan of the Apes waited until the upcut of a wicked tusk would have laid open his thigh, then he moved, just the least bit to one side, but so quickly that lightning was a sluggard by comparison, and as he moved, he stooped low and with all the great power of his right arm drove the long blade of his father's hunting knife straight into the heart of Horta the boar. A quick leap carried him from the zone of the creature's death throes, and a moment later the hot and dripping heart of Horta was in his grasp. His hunger satisfied, Tarzan did not seek a lying-up place for sleep, as was sometimes his way, but continued on through the jungle more in search of adventure than of food, for today he was restless. And so it came that he turned his footsteps toward the village of Umbonga, the black chief, whose people Tarzan had baited remorselessly since that day upon which Kulonga, the chief's son, had slain Kala. A river winds close beside the village of the black men. Tarzan reached its side a little below the clearing where squat the thatched huts of the Negroes. The river life was ever fascinating to the ape-man. He found pleasure in watching the ungainly antics of Duro, the hippopotamus, and keen sport in tormenting the sluggish crocodile, Gimla, as he basked in the sun. Then, too, there were the Shis and the Balus of the black men of the Gomangani to frighten as they squatted by the river, the Shis with their meagre washing, the Balus with their primitive toys. This day he came upon a woman and her child farther downstream than usual. The former was searching for a species of shellfish which was to be found in the mud close to the riverbank. She was a young black woman of about 30. Her teeth were filed to sharp points, for her people ate the flesh of man. Her underlip was slit that it might support a rude pendant of copper, which she had worn for so many years that the lip had been dragged downward to prodigious lengths, exposing the teeth and gums of her lower jaw. Her nose, too, was slit, and through the slit was a wooden skewer. Metal ornaments dangled from her ears, and upon her forehead and cheeks, upon her chin and the bridge of her nose were tattooings in colours that were mellowed now by age. She was naked except for a girdle of grasses about her waist. Altogether, she was very beautiful in her own estimation, and even in the estimation of the men of Umbonga's tribe, though she was of another people, a trophy of war seized in her maidenhood by one of Umbonga's fighting men. Her child was a boy of 10, lithe, straight, and, for a black, handsome. Tarzan looked upon the two from the concealing foliage of a nearby bush. He was about to leap forth before them with a terrifying scream, that he might enjoy the spectacle of their terror and their incontinent flight, but of a sudden a new whim seized him. Here was a Baloo fashioned as he himself was fashioned. Of course, this one's skin was black, but what of it? Tarzan had never seen a white man. In so far as he knew, he was the sole representative of that strange form of life upon the earth. The black boy should make an excellent Baloo for Tarzan, since he had none of his own. He would tend him carefully, feed him well, protect him as only Tarzan of the Apes could protect his own, and teach him out of his half-human, half-bestial lore the secrets of the jungle from its rotting surface vegetation to the high-tossed pinnacles of the forest's upper terraces. Tarzan uncoiled his rope and shook out the noose. The two before him, all ignorant of the near presence of that terrifying form, continued preoccupied in the search for shellfish, poking about in the mud with short sticks. Tarzan stepped from the jungle behind them. His noose lay open upon the ground beside him. There was a quick movement of the right arm, and the noose rose gracefully into the air, hovered an instant above the head of the unsuspecting youth, then settled. As it encompassed his body below the shoulders, Tarzan gave a quick jerk that tightened it about the boy's arms, pinioning them to his sides. A scream of terror broke from the lad's lips, and as his mother turned, affrighted at his cry, she saw him being dragged quickly toward a great white giant who stood just beneath the shade of a nearby tree, scarcely a dozen long paces from her. With a savage cry of terror and rage, the woman leapt fearlessly toward the ape-man. In her mien, Tarzan saw determination and courage, which would shrink not even from death itself. She was very hideous and frightful, even when her face was in repose, but convulsed by passion, her expression became terrifyingly fiendish. Even the ape-man drew back, but more in revulsion than fear. Fear he knew not. Biting and kicking was the black she's Baloo as Tarzan tucked him beneath his arm and vanished into the branches hanging low above him, just as the infuriated mother dashed forward to seize and do battle with him. And as he melted away into the depth of the jungle with his still struggling prize, he meditated upon the possibilities which might lie in the prowess of the Go-Mangani were the he's as formidable as the she's. Once at a safe distance from the despoiled mother and out of earshot of her screams and menaces, Tarzan paused to inspect his prize, now so thoroughly terrorized that he had ceased his struggles and his outcries. The frightened child rolled his eyes fearfully toward his captor until the whites showed gleaming all about the irises. "I am Tarzan," said the ape-man, in the vernacular of the anthropoids. "I will not harm you. You are to be Tarzan's Baloo. Tarzan will protect you. He will feed you. The best in the jungle shall be for Tarzan's Baloo, for Tarzan is a mighty hunter. None need you fear, not even Numa the lion, for Tarzan is a mighty fighter. None so great as Tarzan, son of Kala. Do not fear." But the child only whimpered and trembled, for he did not understand the tongue of the great apes, and the voice of Tarzan sounded to him like the barking and growling of a beast. And then, too, he had heard stories of this bad white forest god. It was he who had slain Kulonga and others of the warriors of Mbonga the chief. It was he who entered the village stealthily by magic in the darkness of the night to steal arrows and poison and frighten the women and the children and even the great warriors. Doubtless this wicked god fed upon little boys. Had his mother not said as much when he was naughty, and she threatened to give him to the white god of the jungle if he were not good? Little black Tibo shook as with ague. "Are you cold, Gobu Baloo?" asked Tarzan, using the simian equivalent of black he-baby in lieu of a better name. "The sun is hot. Why do you shiver?" Tibo could not understand, but he cried for his mamma and begged the great white god to let him go, promising always to be a good boy thereafter if his plea were granted. Tarzan shook his head. Not a word could he understand. This would never do. He must teach Gobu Baloo a language which sounded like talk. It was quite certain to Tarzan that Gobu Baloo's speech was not talk at all. It sounded quite as senseless as the chattering of the silly birds. It would be best, thought the ape-man, quickly to get him among the tribe of Kachak, where he could hear the Mangani talking among themselves. Thus he would soon learn an intelligible form of speech. Tarzan rose to his feet upon the swaying branch where he had halted far above the ground, and motioned to the child to follow him, but Tibo only clung tightly to the bole of the tree and wept. Being a boy and a native African, he had, of course, climbed into trees many times before this, but the idea of racing off through the forest, leaping from one branch to another as his captor, to his horror, had done when he had carried Tibo away from his mother, filled his childish heart with terror. Tarzan sighed. His newly acquired Baloo had much indeed to learn. It was pitiful that a Baloo of his size and strength should be so backward. He tried to coax Tibo to follow him, but the child dare not, so Tarzan picked him up and carried him upon his back. Tibo no longer scratched or bit. Escape seemed impossible. Even now, were he set upon the ground, the chance was remote, he knew, that he could find his way back to the village of Mbonga the chief. Even if he could, there were the lions and the leopards and the hyenas, any one of which, as Tibo was well aware, was particularly fond of the meat of little black boys. So far, the terrible white god of the jungle had offered him no harm. He could not expect even this much consideration from the frightful green-eyed man-eaters. It would be the lesser of two evils, then, to let the white god carry him away without scratching and biting, as he had done at first. As Tarzan swung rapidly through the trees, little Thibaut closed his eyes in terror rather than look longer down into the frightful abysses beneath. Never before in all his life had Thibaut been so frightened, yet as the white giant sped on with him through the forest, there stole over the child an inexplicable sensation of security as he saw how true were the leaps of the ape-man, how unerring his grasp upon the swaying limbs which gave him handhold, and then, too, there was safety in the middle terraces of the forest, far above the reach of the dreaded lions. And so Tarzan came to the clearing where the tribe fed, dropping among them with his new Baloo clinging tightly to his shoulders. He was fairly in the midst of them before Thibaut spied a single one of the great hairy forms, or before the apes realized that Tarzan was not alone. When they saw the little Gomangani perched upon his back, some of them came forward in curiosity, with up-curled lips and snarling mien. An hour before little Thibaut would have said that he knew the uttermost depths of fear, but now, as he saw these fearsome beasts surrounding him, he realized that all that had gone before him was as nothing by comparison. Why did the great white giant stand there so unconcernedly? Why did he not flee before these horrid hairy tree-men fell upon them both and tore them to pieces? And then there came to Thibaut a numbing recollection. It was none other than the story he had heard pass from mouth to mouth, fearfully by the people of Umbonga, the chief, that this great white demon of the jungle was naught other than a hairless ape, for had not he been seen in company with these? Thibaut could only stare in wide-eyed horror at the approaching apes. He saw their beetling brows, their great fangs, their wicked eyes. He noted their mighty muscles rolling beneath their shaggy hides. Their every attitude and expression was a menace. Tarzan saw this too. He drew Thibaut around in front of him. "This is Tarzan's Gobu Baloo," he said. "Do not harm him, or Tarzan will kill you." And he bared his own fangs in the teeth of the nearest ape. "It is a Gomangani," replied the ape. "Let me kill it. It is a Gomangani. The Gomangani are our enemies. Let me kill it." "Go away," snarled Tarzan. "I tell you, Gunto, it is Tarzan's Baloo. Go away, or Tarzan will kill you." And the ape-man took a step toward the advancing ape. The latter sidled off, quite stiff and haughty, after the manner of a dog which meets another and is too proud to fight and too fearful to turn his back and run. Next came Tika, prompted by curiosity. At her side skipped little Gazan. They were filled with wonder like the others, but Tika did not bare her fangs. Tarzan saw this and motioned that she approach. "Tarzan has a Baloo now," he said. "He and Tika's Baloo can play together." "It is a Gomangani," replied Tika. "It will kill my Baloo. Take it away, Tarzan." Tarzan laughed. "It could not harm Pamba the rat," he said. "It is but a little Baloo and very frightened. Let Gazan play with it." Tika was still fearful, for with all their mighty ferocity the great anthropoids are timid, but at last, assured by her great confidence in Tarzan, she pushed Gazan forward toward the little black boy. The small ape, guided by instinct, drew back towards its mother, baring its small fangs and screaming in mingled fear and rage. Thibaut, too, showed no signs of desiring a closer acquaintance with Gazan, so Tarzan gave up his efforts for the time. During the week which followed, Tarzan found his time much occupied. His Baloo was a greater responsibility than he had counted upon. Not for a moment did he dare leave it, since of all the tribe, Tika alone could have been depended upon to refrain from slaying the hapless black had it not been for Tarzan's constant watchfulness. When the ape-man hunted, he must carry Go-Baloo about with him. It was irksome, and then the little black seemed so stupid and fearful to Tarzan. It was quite helpless against even the lesser of the jungle creatures. Tarzan wondered how it had survived at all. He tried to teach it, and found a ray of hope in the fact that the Go-Baloo had mastered a few words of the language of the anthropoids, and that he could now cling to a high-tossed branch without screaming in fear. But there was something about the child which worried Tarzan. He often had watched the blacks within their village. He had seen the children playing, and always there had been much laughter. But little Go-Baloo never laughed. It was true that Tarzan himself never laughed. Upon occasion he smiled grimly, but to laughter he was a stranger. The black, however, should have laughed, reasoned the ape-man. It was the way of the Gomangani. Also, he saw that the little fellow often refused food, and was growing thinner day by day. At times he surprised the boy sobbing softly to himself. Tarzan tried to comfort him, even as fierce Kala had comforted Tarzan when the ape-man was a Baloo, but all to no avail. Go-Baloo merely no longer feared Tarzan. That was all. He feared every other living thing within the jungle. He feared the jungle days with their long excursions through the dizzy treetops. He feared the jungle nights with their swaying, perilous couches far above the ground, and the grunting and coughing of the great carnivora prowling beneath him. Tarzan did not know what to do. His heritage of English blood rendered it a difficult thing even to consider a surrender of his project, though he was forced to admit to himself that his Baloo was not all that he had hoped. Though he was faithful to his self-imposed task, and even found that he had grown to like Go-Baloo, he could not deceive himself into believing that he felt for it that fierce heat of passionate affection which Tika revealed for Gazan, and which the Black Mother had shown for Go-Baloo. The little black boy, from cringing terror at the sight of Tarzan, passed by degrees into trustfulness and admiration. Only kindness had he ever received at the hands of the great white devil god, yet he had seen with what ferocity his kindly captor could deal with others. He had seen him leap upon a certain he-ape which persisted in attempting to seize and slay Go-Baloo. He had seen the strong white teeth of the ape-man fastened in the neck of his adversary, and the mighty muscles tensed in battle. He had heard the savage, bestial snarls and roars of combat, and he had realized with a shudder that he could not differentiate between those of his guardian and those of the hairy ape. He had seen Tarzan bring down a buck, just as Numa the lion might have done, leaping upon its back and fastening his fangs in the creature's neck. Tibo had shuddered at the sight, but he had thrilled too, and for the first time there entered his dull, negroid mind a vague desire to emulate his savage foster parent. But Tibo, the little black boy, lacked the divine spark which had permitted Tarzan the white boy to benefit by his training in the ways of the fierce jungle. In imagination he was wanting, and imagination is but another name for superintelligence. Imagination it is which builds bridges and cities and empires. The beasts know it not, the blacks only a little, while to 1 in 100,000 of Earth's dominant race it is given as a gift from heaven that man may not perish from the earth. While Tarzan pondered his problem concerning the future of his Baloo, fate was arranging to take the matter out of his hands. Momaya, Tibo's mother, grief-stricken at the loss of her boy, had consulted the tribal witch doctor, but to no avail. The medicine he made was not good medicine, for though Momaya paid him 2 goats for it, it did not bring back Tibo, nor even indicate where she might search for him with reasonable assurance of finding him. Momaya, being of a short temper and of another people, had little respect for the witch doctor of her husband's tribe, and so when he suggested that a further payment of 2 more fat goats would doubtless enable him to make stronger medicine, she promptly loosed her shrewish tongue upon him, and with such good effect that he was glad to take himself off with his zebra's tail and his pot of magic. When he had gone, and Mamaia had succeeded in partially subduing her anger, she gave herself over to thought, as she so often had done since the abduction of her Thibaut, in the hope that she finally might discover some feasible means of locating him, or at least assuring himself as to whether he were alive or dead. It was known to the blacks that Tarzan did not eat the flesh of man, for he had slain more than one of their number, yet never tasted the flesh of any. 2, the bodies always had been found, sometimes dropping as though from the clouds to alight in the center of the village. As Thibaut's body had not been found, Mamaia argued that he still lived. But where? Then it was that there came to her mind a recollection of Bukawai, the unclean, who dwelt in a cave in the hillside to the north, and who it was well known entertained devils in his evil lair. Few, if any, had the temerity to visit old Bukawai, firstly because of fear of his black magic, and the 2 hyenas who dwelt with him and were commonly known to be devils masquerading, and secondly because of the loathsome disease which had caused Bukawai to be an outcast, a disease which was slowly eating away his face. Now it was that Mamaia reasoned shrewdly that if any might know the whereabouts of her Thibaut, it would be Bukawai, who was in friendly intercourse with gods and demons, since a demon or a god it was who had stolen her baby. But even her great mother-love was sorely taxed to find the courage to send her forth into the black jungle toward the distant hills and the uncanny abode of Bukawai, the unclean, and his devils. Mother-love, however, is one of the human passions which closely approximates to the dignity of an irresistible force. It drives the frail flesh of weak women to deeds of heroic measure. Mamaia was neither frail nor weak, physically, but she was a woman, an ignorant, superstitious African savage. She believed in devils, in black magic, and in witchcraft. To Mamaia, the jungle was inhabited by far more terrifying things than lions and leopards, horrifying nameless things which possessed the power of wreaking frightful harm under various innocent guises. From one of the warriors of the village, whom she knew to have once stumbled upon the lair of Bukawai, the mother of Thibaut learned how she might find it near a spring of water which rose in a small rocky canyon between 2 hills, the easternmost of which was easily recognizable because of a huge granite boulder which rested upon its summit. The westerly hill was lower than its companion, and was quite bare of vegetation except for a single mimosa tree which grew just a little below its summit. These 2 hills, the man assured her, could be seen for some distance before she reached them, and together formed an excellent guide to her destination. He warned her, however, to abandon so foolish and dangerous an adventure, emphasizing what she already quite well knew, that if she escaped harm at the hands of Bukawai and his demons, the chances were that she would not be so fortunate with the great carnivora of the jungle through which she must pass, going and returning. The warrior even went to Mamaia's husband, who in turn, having little authority over the vixenish lady of his choice, went to Mbonga, the chief. The latter summoned Mamaia, threatening her with the direst punishment should she venture forth upon so unholy an excursion. The old chief's interest in the matter was due solely to that age-old alliance which exists between church and state. The local witch-doctor, knowing his own medicine better than any other knew it, was jealous of all other pretenders to accomplishments in the black art. He long had heard of the power of Bukawai, and feared lest, should he succeed in recovering Mamaia's lost child, much of the tribal patronage and consequent fees would be diverted to the unclean one. As Mbonga received as chief a certain proportion of the witch-doctor's fees, and could expect nothing from Bukawai, His heart and soul were, quite naturally, wrapped up in the Orthodox Church. But if Mamaia could view with intrepid heart an excursion into the jungle and a visit to the fear-hunted abode of Bukawai, she was not likely to be deterred by threats of future punishment at the hands of old Mbonga, whom she secretly despised. Yet she appeared to accede to his injunctions, returning to her hut in silence. She would have preferred starting upon her quest by daylight, but this was now out of the question, since she must carry food and a weapon of some sort, things which she never could pass out of the village with by day without being subjected to curious questioning that surely would come immediately to the ears of Umbonga. So Mamaia bided her time until night, and just before the gates of the village were closed, she slipped through into the darkness and the jungle. She was much frightened, but she set her face resolutely toward the north, and though she paused often to listen breathlessly for the huge cats which here were her greatest terror, she nevertheless continued her way staunchly for several hours, until a low moan a little to her right and behind her brought her to a sudden stop. With palpitating heart the woman stood, scarce daring to breathe, and then, very faintly but unmistakable to her keen ears, came the stealthy crunching of twigs and grasses beneath padded feet. All about Mamaia grew the giant trees of the tropical jungle, festooned with hanging vines and mosses. She seized upon the nearest and started to clamber, ape-like, to the branches above. As she did so, there was a sudden rush of a great body behind her, a menacing roar that caused the earth to tremble, and something crashed into the very creepers to which she was clinging, but below her. Mamaia drew herself to safety among the leafy branches and thanked the foresight which had prompted her to bring along the dried human ear which hung from a cord about her neck. She always had known that that ear was good medicine. It had been given her when a girl by the witch doctor of her town tribe, and was nothing like the poor, weak medicine of Mbonga's witch doctor. All night Mamaia clung to her perch, for although the lion sought other prey after a short time, she dared not descend into the darkness again, for fear she might encounter him or another of his kind, but at daylight she clambered down and resumed her way. Tarzan of the Apes, finding that his balu never ceased to give evidence of terror in the presence of the apes of the tribe, and also that most of the adult apes were a constant menace to Gobu Balu's life, so that Tarzan dared not leave him alone with them, took to hunting with the little black boy farther and farther from the stamping grounds of the anthropoids. Little by little his absence from the tribe grew in length as he wandered farther away from them, until finally he found himself a greater distance to the north than he ever before had hunted, and with water and ample game and fruit, he felt not at all inclined to return to the tribe. The little Gobu Balu gave evidence of a greater interest in life, an interest which varied in direct proportion to the distance he was from the apes of Kerchak. He now trotted along behind Tarzan when the ape-man went upon the ground, and in the trees he even did his best to follow his mighty foster-parent. The boy was still sad and lonely. His thin little body had grown steadily thinner since he had come among the apes, for while, as a young cannibal, he was not over-nice in the matter of diet, he found it not always to his taste to stomach the weird things which tickled the palates of epicures among the apes. His large eyes were very large indeed now, his cheeks sunken, and every rib of his emaciated body plainly discernible to whomsoever should care to count them. Constant terror, perhaps, had had as much to do with his physical condition as had improper food. Tarzan noticed the change and was worried. He had hoped to see his balu wax sturdy and strong. His disappointment was great. In only one respect did Gobu Balu seem to progress. He readily was mastering the language of the apes. Even now he and Tarzan could converse in a fairly satisfactory manner by supplementing the meagre ape speech with signs, But for the most part, Gobu Baloo was silent, other than to answer questions put to him. His great sorrow was yet too new and too poignant to be laid aside even momentarily. Always he pined for Mamaia. Shrewish, hideous, repulsive perhaps she would have been to you or me, but to Tibo she was Mama, the personification of that one great love which knows no selfishness and which does not consume itself in its own fires. As the two hunted, or rather as Tarzan hunted and Gobu Baloo tagged along in his wake, the ape-man noticed many things and thought much. Once they came upon Sabor moaning in the tall grasses. About her romped and played two little balls of fur, but her eyes were for one which lay between her great forepaws and did not romp, one who never would romp again. Tarzan read aright the anguish and the suffering of the huge mother cat. He had been minded to bait her. It was to do this that he had sneaked silently through the trees until he had come almost above her, but something held the ape-man as he saw the lioness grieving over her dead cub. With the acquisition of Gobu Baloo, Tarzan had come to realize the responsibilities and sorrows of parentage, without its joys. His heart went out to Saber as it might not have done a few weeks before. As he watched her, there rose quite unbidden before him a vision of Mamaia, the skewer through the septum of her nose, her pendulous underlip sagging beneath the weight which dragged it down. Tarzan saw not her unloveliness. He saw only the same anguish that was Sabor's, and he winced. That strange functioning of the mind which sometimes is called association of ideas snapped Tika and Gazan before the ape-man's mental vision. What if one should come and take Gazan from Tika? Tarzan uttered a low and ominous growl as though Gazan were his own. Gobu Baloo glanced here and there apprehensively, thinking that Tarzan had espied an enemy. Sabor sprang suddenly to her feet, her yellow-green eyes blazing, her tail lashing as she cocked her ears and, raising her muzzle, sniffed the air for possible danger. The two little cubs, which had been playing, scampered quickly to her, and standing beneath her peered out from beneath her forelegs, their big ears upstanding, their little heads cocked first upon one side and then upon the other. With a shake of his black shock, Tarzan turned away and resumed his hunting in another direction. But all day there rose, one after another, above the threshold of his objective mind, memory portraits of Saber, of Mamaia, and of Tika. A lioness, a cannibal, and a she-ape, yet to the ape-man they were identical through motherhood. It was noon of the third day when Mamaia came within sight of the cave of Bukawai, the unclean. The old witch-doctor had rigged a framework of interlaced boughs to close the mouth of the cave from predatory beasts. This was now set to one side, and the black cavern beyond yawned mysterious and repellent. Mamaia shivered as from a cold wind of the rainy season. No sign of life appeared about the cave, yet Mamaia experienced that uncanny sensation as of unseen eyes regarding her malevolently. Again she shuddered. She tried to force her unwilling feet onward toward the cave, when from its depths issued an uncanny sound that was neither brute nor human, a weird sound that was akin to mirthless laughter. With a stifled scream, Mamaia turned and fled into the jungle. For 100 yards she ran before she could control her terror, and then she paused, listening. Was all her labor, were all the terrors and dangers through which she had passed to go for naught? She tried to steel herself to return to the cave, but again fright overcame her. Saddened, disheartened, she turned slowly upon the back trail toward the village of Umbonga. Her young shoulders now were drooped like those of an old woman who bears a great burden of many years with their accumulated pains and sorrows, and she walked with tired feet and a halting step. The spring of youth was gone from Mamaia. For another 100 yards she dragged her weary way, her brain half paralyzed from dumb terror and suffering, And then there came to her the memory of a little babe that suckled at her breast, and of a slim boy who romped, laughing about her, and then they were both Thibaut. Her Thibaut. Her shoulders straightened. She took her savage head, and she turned about and walked boldly back to the mouth of the cave of Bukawai the unclean, of Bukawai the witch-doctor. Again, from the interior of the cave came the hideous laughter that was not laughter. This time Maya recognized it for what it was, the strange cry of a hyena. No more did she shudder, but she held her spear ready and called aloud to Bukawai to come out. Instead of Bukawai came the repulsive head of a hyena. Maya poked at it with her spear, and the ugly, sullen brute drew back with an angry growl. Again Maya called Bukawai by name, and this time there came an answer in mumbling tones that were scarce more human than those of the beast. "Who comes to Bukawai?" queried the voice. "It is Maya," replied the woman. "Maya from the village of Umbonga the chief." "What do you want?" "I want good medicine, better medicine than Umbonga's witch-doctor can make," replied Maya. "The great white jungle god has stolen my Thibaut, and I want medicine to bring him back, or to find where he is hidden, that I may go and get him." "Who is Thibaut?" asked Bukawai. Maya told him. "Bukawai's medicine is very strong," said the voice. 5 goats and a new sleeping mat are scarce enough in exchange for Bukawai's medicine." "2 goats are enough," said Maya, "for the spirit of barter is strong in the breasts of the blacks." The pleasure of haggling over the price was a sufficient potent lure to draw Bukawai to the mouth of the cave. Maya was sorry when she saw him that he had not remained within. There are some things too horrible, too hideous, too repulsive for description. Bukawai's face was one of these. When Maya saw him, she understood why it was that he was almost inarticulate. Beside him were 2 hyenas, which rumor had said were his only and constant companions. They made an excellent trio, the most repulsive of beasts with the most repulsive of humans. 5 goats and a new sleeping mat," mumbled Bukawai. 2 fat goats and a sleeping mat. Maya raised her bid, but Bukawai was obdurate. He stuck for the 5 goats and the sleeping mat for a matter of half an hour, while the hyenas sniffed and growled and laughed hideously. Maya was determined to give all that Bukawai asked if she could do no better, but haggling is second nature to black barterers, and in the end it partly repaid her, for a compromise finally was reached, which included 3 fat goats, a new sleeping mat, and a piece of copper wire. "Come back tonight," said Bukawai, "when the moon is 2 hours in the sky. Then will I make the strong medicine which shall bring Thibaut back to you. Bring with you 3 fat goats, the new sleeping mat, and the piece of copper wire the length of a large man's forearm." "I cannot bring them," said Maya. "You will have to come after them. When you have restored Thibaut to me, you shall have them all at the village of Umbonga." Bukawai shook his head. "I will make no medicine," he said, "until I have the goats and the mat and the copper wire." Maya pleaded and threatened, but all to no avail. Finally she turned away and started off through the jungle toward the village of Umbonga. How she could get 3 goats and a sleeping mat out of the village and through the jungle to the cave of Bukawai she did not know, but that she would do it somehow she was quite positive. She would do it or die. Thibaut must be restored to her. Tarzan, coming lazily through the jungle with little Gobu Balu, caught the scent of Bara the deer. Tarzan hungered for the flesh of Bara. Naught tickled his palate so greatly, but to stalk Bara with Gobu Balu at his heels was out of the question. So he hid the child in the crotch of a tree where the thick foliage screened him from view, and set off swiftly and silently upon the spoor of Bara. Tiba alone was more terrified than Thibaut even among the apes. Real and apparent dangers are less disconcerting than those which we imagine, and only the gods of his people knew how much Thibaut imagined. He had been but a short time in his hiding place when he heard something approaching through the jungle. He crouched closer to the limb upon which he lay and prayed that Tarzan would return quickly. His wide eyes searched the jungle in the direction of the moving creature. What if it was a leopard that had caught his scent? It would be upon him in a minute. Hot tears flowed from the large eyes of the little Thibaut. The curtain of jungle foliage rustled close at hand. The thing was but a few paces from his tree. His eyes fairly popped from his black face as he watched for the appearance of the dread creature which presently would thrust a snarling countenance from between the vines and creepers. And then the curtains parted and a woman stepped into full view. With a gasping cry, Thibaut tumbled from his perch and raced toward her. Mamaia suddenly started back and raised her spear, but a second later she cast it aside and caught the thin body in her strong arms. Crushing it to her, she cried and laughed all at one and the same time, and hot tears of joy mingled with the tears of Thibaut trickled down the crease between her naked breasts. Disturbed by the noise so close at hand, there arose from his sleep in a nearby thicket Numa the lion. He looked through the tangled underbrush and saw the black woman and her young. He licked his chops and measured the distance between them and himself. A short charge and a long leap would carry him upon them. He flicked the end of his tail and sighed. A vagrant breeze, swirling suddenly in the wrong direction, carried the scent of Tarzan to the sensitive nostrils of Bara the deer. There was a startled tensing of muscles and cocking of ears, a sudden dash, and Tarzan's meat was gone. The ape-man angrily shook his head and turned back toward the spot where he had left Gobu Balu. He came softly, as was his way. Before he reached the spot, he heard strange sounds, the sound of a woman laughing and of a woman weeping, and the two, which seemed to come from one throat, were mingled with the convulsive sobbing of a child. Tarzan hastened, and when Tarzan hastened, only the birds and the wind went faster. And as Tarzan approached the sounds, he heard another, a deep sigh. Mamaia did not hear it, nor did Thibaut, but the ears of Tarzan were as the ears of Bara the deer. He heard the sigh, and he knew, so he unloosed the heavy spear which dangled at his back. Even as he sped through the branches of the tree, with the same ease that you or I might take out a pocket-handkerchief as we stroll nonchalantly down a lazy country lane, Tarzan of the Apes took the spear from its thong that it might be ready against any emergency. Numa the lion did not rush madly to attack. He reasoned again, and reason told him that already the prey was his. So he pushed his great bulk through the foliage and stood eyeing his meat with baleful, glaring eyes. Mamaia saw him and shrieked, drawing Thibaut closer to her breast. To have found her child and to lose them all in a moment. She raised her spear, throwing her hand far back of her shoulder. Numa roared and stepped slowly forward. Mamaia cast her weapon. It grazed the tawny shoulder, inflicting a flesh wound which aroused all the terrific bestiality of the carnivore, and the lion charged. Mamaia tried to close her eyes, but could not. She saw the flashing swiftness of the huge oncoming death, and then she saw something else. She saw a mighty, naked white man drop as from the heavens into the path of the charging lion. She saw the muscles of a great arm flash in the light of the equatorial sun as it filtered dappling through the foliage above. She saw a heavy hunting spear hurtle through the air to meet the lion in mid-leap. Numa brought up upon his haunches, roaring terribly and striking at the spear which protruded from his breast. His great blows bent and twisted the weapon. Tarzan, crouching and with hunting knife in hand, circled warily about the frenzied cat. Mamaia, wide-eyed, stood rooted to the spot, watching, fascinated. In sudden fury, Numa hurled himself toward the ape-man, but the wiry creature eluded the blundering charge, sidestepping quickly, only to rush in upon his foe. Twice the hunting blade flashed in the air. Twice it fell upon the back of Numa, already weakening from the spear point so near his heart. The second stroke of the blade pierced far into the beast's spine, and with a last convulsive sweep of the forepaws, in a vain attempt to reach his tormentor, Numa sprawled upon the ground, paralyzed and dying. Bukawai, fearful lest he should lose any recompense, followed Mamaia with the intention of persuading her to part with her ornaments of copper and iron against her return with the price of the medicine, to pay, as it were, for an option on his services as one pays a retaining fee to an attorney. For, like an attorney, Bukawai knew the value of his medicine, and that it was well to collect as much as possible in advance. The witch-doctor came upon the scene as Tarzan leapt to meet the lion's charge. He saw it all and marveled, guessing immediately that this must be the strange white demon concerning whom he had heard vague rumors before Mamaia came to him. Mamaia, now that the lion was past harming her or hers, gazed with new terror upon Tarzan. It was he who had stolen her Tibo. Doubtless he would attempt to steal him again. Mamaia hugged the boy close to her. She was determined to die this time rather than suffer Tibo to be taken from her again. Tarzan eyed them in silence. The sight of the boy clinging, sobbing, to his mother aroused within his savage breast a melancholy loneliness. There was none thus to cling to Tarzan, who yearned so for the love of someone, of something. At last Tibo looked up because of the quiet that had fallen upon the jungle and saw Tarzan. He did not shrink. "Tarzan," he said, in the speech of the great apes of the tribe of Kerchak, "do not take me from Mamaia, my mother. Do not take me again to the lair of the hairy tree men, for I fear Torg and Gunto and the others. Let me stay with Mamaia, O Tarzan, god of the jungle. Let me stay with Mamaia, my mother, and to the end of our days we will bless you and put food before the gates of the village of Umbonga that you may never hunger." Tarzan sighed. "Go," he said, "back to the village of Umbonga, and Tarzan will follow to see that no harm befalls you." Tibo translated the words to his mother, and the two turned their backs upon the ape-man and started off toward home. In the heart of Mamaia was a great fear and a great exultation, for never before had she walked with God, and never had she been so happy. She strained little Tibo to her, stroking his thin cheek. Tarzan saw and sighed again. "For Tika there is Tika's Balu," he soliloquized. "For Saber there are Balus, and for the she-go Mangani, and for Bara, and for Manu, and even for Pamba the rat. But for Tarzan there can be none, neither a she nor a Balu. Tarzan of the apes is a man, and it must be that man walks alone." Bukawai saw them go, and he mumbled through his rotting face, swearing a great oath that he would yet have the 3 fat goats, the new sleeping mat, and the bit of copper wire. Chapter 6. The Witch-Doctor Seeks Vengeance. Lord Greystoke was hunting, or, to be more accurate, he was shooting pheasants at Champston Heading. Lord Greystoke was immaculately and appropriately garbed. To the minutest detail he was vogue. To be sure, he was among the forward guns, not being considered a sporting shot, but what he lacked in skill he more than made up in appearance. At the end of the day he would, doubtless, have many birds to his credit, since he had 2 guns and a smart loader. Many more birds than he could eat in a year, even if he had been hungry, which he was not, having but just arisen from the breakfast table. The beaters, there were 23 of them in white smocks, had but just driven the birds into a patch of gorse, and were now circling to the opposite side that they might drive down toward the guns. Lord Greystoke was quite as excited as he ever permitted himself to become. There was an exhilaration in the sport that would not be denied. He felt his blood tingling through his veins as the beaters approached closer and closer to the birds. In a vague and stupid sort of way, Lord Greystoke felt, as he always felt upon such occasions, that he was experiencing a sensation somewhat akin to a reversion to a prehistoric type, that the blood of an ancient forebear was coursing hot through him, a hairy, half-naked forebear who had lived by the hunt. And far away in a matted equatorial jungle, another Lord Greystoke, the real Lord Greystoke, hunted. By the standards which he knew, he, too, was vogue, utterly vogue, as was the primal ancestor before the first eviction. The day being sultry, the leopard skin had been left behind. The real Lord Greystoke had not 2 guns, to be sure, nor even 1, neither did he have a smart loader, but he possessed something infinitely more efficacious than guns or loaders or even 23 beaters in white smocks. He possessed an appetite, an uncanny woodcraft, and muscles that were as steel springs. Later that day in England, a Lord Greystoke ate bountifully of things he had not killed, and he drank other things which were uncorked to the accompaniment of much noise. He patted his lips with snowy linen to remove the faint traces of his repast, quite ignorant of the fact that he was an impostor, and that the rightful owner of his noble title was even then finishing his own dinner in far-off Africa. He was not using snowy linen, though. Instead, he drew the back of a brown forearm and hand across his mouth and wiped his bloody fingers upon his thighs. Then he moved slowly through the jungle to the drinking place where, upon all fours, he drank as drank his fellows, the other beasts of the jungle. As he quenched his thirst, another denizen of the gloomy forest approached the stream along the path behind him. It was Numa, the lion, tawny of body and black of mane, scowling and sinister, rumbling out low, coughing roars. Tarzan of the Apes heard him long before he came within sight, but the ape-man went on with his drinking until he had had his fill. Then he arose, slowly, with the easy grace of a creature of the wilds, and all the quiet dignity that was his birthright. Numa halted as he saw the man standing at the very spot where the king would drink. His jaws were parted, and his cruel eyes gleamed. He growled and advanced slowly. The man growled too, backing slowly to one side and watching, not the lion's face, but its tail. Should that commence to move from side to side in quick, nervous jerks, it would be well to be upon the alert, and should it rise suddenly erect, straight and stiff, then one might prepare to fight or flee. But it did neither. So Tarzan merely backed away, and the lion came down and drank scarce 50 feet from where the man stood. Tomorrow they might be at one another's throats, but today there existed one of those strange and inexplicable truces which so often are seen among the savage ones of the jungle. Before Numa had finished drinking, Tarzan had returned into the forest and was swinging away in the direction of the village of Mbonga, the Black Chief. It had been at least a moon since the ape-man had called upon the Gomangani. Not since he had restored little Tibo to his grief-stricken mother had the whim seized him to do so. The incident of the adopted Baloo was a closed one to Tarzan. He had sought to find something upon which to lavish such an affection as Tika lavished upon her Baloo, but a short experience of the little black boy had made it quite plain to the ape-man that no such sentiment could exist between them. The fact that he had, for a time, treated the little black as he might have treated a real Baloo of his own had in no way altered the vengeful sentiments with which he considered the murderers of Kala. The Gomangani were his deadly enemies, nor could they ever be aught else. Today he looked forward to some slight relief from the monotony of his existence in such excitement as he might derive from baiting the blacks. It was not yet dark when he reached the village and took his place in the great tree overhanging the palisade. From beneath came a great wailing out of the depths of a nearby hut. The noise fell disagreeably upon Tarzan's ears. It jarred and grated. He did not like it, so he decided to go away for a while in the hopes that it might cease. But though he was gone for a couple of hours, the wailing still continued when he returned. With the intention of putting a violent termination to the annoying sound, Tarzan slipped silently from the tree into the shadows beneath. Creeping stealthily and keeping well in the cover of the other huts, he approached that from which rose the sounds of lamentation. A fire burned brightly before the doorway as it did before other doorways in the village. A few females squatted about, occasionally adding their own mournful howlings to those of the master artist within. The ape-man smiled a slow smile as he thought of the consternation which would follow the quick leap that would carry him among the females and into the full light of the fire. Then he would dart into the hut during the excitement, throttle the chief screamer, and be gone into the jungle before the blacks could gather their scattered nerves for an assault. Many times had Tarzan behaved similarly in the village of Mbonga, the chief. His mysterious and unexpected appearance always filled the breasts of the poor, superstitious blacks with a panic of terror. Never, it seemed, could they accustom themselves to the sight of him. It was this terror which lent to the adventures the spice of interest and amusement which the human mind of the ape-man craved. Merely to kill was not in itself sufficient. Accustomed to the sight of death, Tarzan found no great pleasure in it. Long since had he avenged the death of Kala, but in the accomplishment of it he had learned the excitement and the pleasure to be derived from the baiting of the blacks. Of this he never tired. It was just as he was about to spring forward with a savage roar that a figure appeared in the doorway of the hut. It was the figure of the wailer whom he had come to still, the figure of a young woman with a wooden skewer through the split septum of her nose, with a heavy metal ornament depending from her lower lip, which it had dragged down to hideous and repulsive deformity, with strange tattooing upon forehead, cheeks, and breasts, and a wonderful coiffure built up with mud and wire. A sudden flare of the fire threw the grotesque figure into high relief, and Tarzan recognized her as Momaya, the mother of Tibo. The fire also threw out a fitful flame which carried to the shadows where Tarzan lurked, picking out his light brown body from the surrounding darkness. Momaya saw him and knew him. With a cry, she leapt forward, and Tarzan came to meet her. The other women, turning, saw him too, but they did not come toward him. Instead, they rose as one, shrieked as one, fled as one. Momaya threw herself at Tarzan's feet, raising supplicating hands toward him, and pouring forth from her mutilated lips a perfect cataract of words, not one of which the ape-man comprehended. For a moment he looked down upon the upturned, frightful face of the woman. He had come to slay, but that overwhelming torrent of speech filled him with consternation and with awe. He glanced about him apprehensively, then back at the woman. A revulsion of feeling seized him. He could not kill little Thibault's mother, nor could he stand and face this verbal geezer. With a quick gesture of impatience at the spoiling of his evening's entertainment, he wheeled and leapt away into the darkness. A moment later he was swinging through the black jungle night, the cries and lamentations of Momaya growing fainter in the distance. It was with a sigh of relief that he finally reached a point from which he could no longer hear them, and finding a comfortable crotch high among the trees, composed himself for a night of dreamless slumber, while a prowling lion moaned and coughed beneath him, and in far-off England the other Lord Greystoke, with the assistance of a valet, disrobed and crawled between spotless sheets, swearing irritably as a cat meowed beneath his window. As Tarzan followed the fresh spoor of Horta the boar the following morning, he came upon the tracks of two Gomangani, a large one and a small one. The ape-man, accustomed as he was to questioning closely all that fell to his perceptions, paused to read the story written in the soft mud of the game trail. You or I would have seen little of interest there, even if, by chance, we could have seen aught. Perhaps, had one been there to point them out to us, we might have noted indentations in the mud, but there were countless indentations, one overlapping another into a confusion that would have been entirely meaningless to us. To Tarzan, each told its own story. Tantor, the elephant, had passed that way as recently as 3 suns since. Numa had hunted here the night just gone, and Horta, the boar, had walked slowly along the trail within an hour. But what held Tarzan's attention was the spoor tale of the Gomangani. It told him that the day before an old man had gone toward the north in company with a little boy, and that with them had been 2 hyenas. Tarzan scratched his head in puzzled incredulity. He could see by the overlapping of the footprints that the beasts had not been following the 2, for sometimes one was ahead of them and one behind, and again both were in advance or both were in the rear. It was very strange and quite inexplicable, especially where the spoor showed where the hyenas in the wider portions of the path had walked, one on either side of the human pair, quite close to them. Then Tarzan read in the spoor of the smallest Gomangani a shrinking terror of the beast that brushed his side, but in that of the old man was no sign of fear. At first, Tarzan had been solely occupied by the remarkable juxtaposition of the spoor of Dango and Gomangani, but now his keen eyes caught something in the spoor of the little Gomangani which brought him to a sudden stop. It was as though, finding a letter in the road, you suddenly had discovered in it the familiar handwriting of a friend. "Gobu Balu!" exclaimed the ape-man, and at once memory flashed upon the screen of recollection the supplicating attitude of Mamaya as she had hurled herself before him in the village of Umbonga the night before. Instantly all was explained. The wailing and lamentation, the pleading of the Black Mother, the sympathetic howling of the shes about the fire. Little Gobu Balu had been stolen again, and this time by another than Tarzan. Doubtless the mother had thought that he was again in the power of Tarzan of the Apes, and she had been beseeching him to return her Balu to her. Yes, it was all quite plain now, but who could have stolen Gobu Balu this time? Tarzan wondered, and he wondered, too, about the presence of Dango. He would investigate. The spoor was a day old, and it ran toward the north. Tarzan set out to follow it. In places it was totally obliterated by the passage of many beasts, and where the way was rocky, even Tarzan of the Apes was almost baffled. But there was still the faint effluvium which clung to the human spoor, appreciable only to such highly trained perceptive powers as were Tarzan's. It had all happened to little Thibaut very suddenly and unexpectedly, within the brief span of 2 suns. First had come Bukawai, the witch-doctor, Bukawai the unclean, with the ragged bit of flesh which still clung to his rotting face. He had come alone and by day to the place at the river where Mamaya went daily to wash her body and that of Thibaut, her little boy. He had stepped out from behind a great bush quite close to Mamaya, frightening little Thibaut so that he ran screaming to his mother's protecting arms. But Mamaya, though startled, had wheeled to face the fearsome thing with all the savage ferocity of a she-tiger at bay. When she saw who it was, she breathed a sigh of partial relief, though she still clung tightly to Thibaut. "I have come," said Bukawai without preliminary, "for the 3 fat goats, the new sleeping mat, and the bit of copper wire as long as a tall man's arm." "I have no goats for you," snapped Mamaya, "nor a sleeping mat, nor any wire. Your medicine was never made. The white jungle god gave me back my Thibaut. You had nothing to do with it." "But I did," mumbled Bukawai through his fleshless jaws. It was I who commanded the white jungle god to give back your Tibo." Mamaia laughed in his face. "Speaker of lies," she cried, "go back to your foul den and your hyenas. Go back and hide your stinking face in the belly of the mountain, lest the sun, seeing it, cover his face with a black cloud." "I have come," reiterated Bukowai, "for the 3 fat goats, the new sleeping mat, and the bit of copper wire the length of a tall man's arm, which you were to pay me for the return of your Tibo." "It was to be the length of a man's forearm," corrected Mamaia. "But you shall have nothing, old thief. You would not make medicine until I had brought the payment in advance. And when I was returning to my village, the great white jungle god gave me back my Tibo, gave him to me out of the jaws of Numa. His medicine is true medicine. Yours is the weak medicine of an old man with a hole in his face." "I have come," repeated Bukawai patiently, "for the 3 fat—" But Mamaia had not waited to hear more of what she already knew by heart. Clasping Tibo close to her side, she was hurrying away toward the palisaded village of Mbonga the chief. And the next day, when Mamaia was working in the plantain field with others of the women of the tribe, and little Tibo had been playing at the edge of the jungle, casting a small spear in anticipation of the distant day when he should be a full-fledged warrior, Bukawai had come again. Tibo had seen a squirrel scampering up the bole of a great tree. His childish mind had transformed it into the menacing figure of a hostile warrior. Little Tibo had raised his tiny spear, his heart filled with the savage bloodlust of his race, as he pictured the night's orgy when he should dance about the corpse of his human kill as the women of his tribe prepared to meet for the feast to follow. But when he cast the spear, he missed both squirrel and tree, losing his missile far among the tangled undergrowth of the jungle. However, it could be but a few steps within the forbidden labyrinth. The women were all about in the field. There were warriors on guard within easy hail, and so little Tibo boldly ventured into the dark place. Just behind the screen of creepers and matted foliage lurked 3 horrid figures. An old, old man, black as the pit, with a face half eaten away by leprosy, his sharp-filed teeth, the teeth of a cannibal, showing yellow and repulsive through the great gaping hole where his mouth and nose had been. And beside him, equally hideous, stood 2 powerful hyenas, carrion eaters consorting with carrion. Tibo did not see them until, head down, he had forced his way through the thickly growing vines in search of his little spear, and then it was too late. As he looked up into the face of Bukawai, the old witch-doctor seized him, muffling his screams with a palm across his mouth. Tibo struggled futilely. A moment later he was being hustled away through the dark and terrible jungle, the frightful old man still muffling his screams, and the 2 hideous hyenas pacing now on either side, now before, now behind, always prowling, always growling, snapping, snarling, or, worst of all, laughing hideously. To little Tibo, who within his brief existence had passed through such experiences as were given to few to pass through in a lifetime, the northward journey was a nightmare of terror. He thought now of the time that he had been with the great white jungle god, and he prayed with all his little soul that he might be back again with the white-skinned giant who consorted with the hairy tree-men. Terror-stricken he had been then, but his surroundings had been nothing by comparison with those which he now endured. The old man seldom addressed Tibo, though he kept up an almost continuous mumbling throughout the long day. Tibo caught repeated references to fat goats, sleeping mats, and pieces of copper wire. 10 fat goats, 10 fat goats, the old negro would croon over and over again. By this little Tibo guessed that the price of his ransom had risen. 10 fat goats. Where would his mother get 10 fat goats, or thin ones either for that matter, to buy back just a poor little boy? Mbonga would never let her have them, and Tibo knew that his father never had owned more than 3 goats at the same time in all his life. 10 fat goats. Thibaut sniffled. The putrid old man would kill him and eat him, for the goats would never be forthcoming. Bukawai would throw his bones to the hyenas. The little black boy shuddered and became so weak that he almost fell in his tracks. Bukawai cuffed him on an ear and jerked him along. After what seemed an eternity to Thibaut, they arrived at the mouth of a cave between two rocky hills. The opening was low and narrow. A few saplings bound together with strips of rawhide closed it against stray beasts. Bukawai removed the primitive door and pushed Thibaut within. The hyenas, snarling, rushed past him and were lost to view in the blackness of the interior. Bukawai replaced the saplings and, seizing Thibaut roughly by the arm, dragged him along a narrow, rocky passage. The floor was comparatively smooth, for the dirt which lay thick upon it had been trodden and tramped by many feet until few inequalities remained. The passage was tortuous, and as it was very dark and the walls rough and rocky, Thibaut was scratched and bruised from the many bumps he received. Bukawai walked as rapidly through the winding gallery as one would traverse a familiar lane by daylight. He knew every twist and turn as a mother knows the face of her child, and he seemed to be in a hurry. He jerked poor little Thibaut possibly a trifle more ruthlessly than necessary, even at the pace Bukawai set. But the old witch-doctor, an outcast from the society of man, diseased, shunned, hated, feared, was far from possessing an angelic temper. Nature had given him few of the kindlier characteristics of man, and these few fate had eradicated entirely. Shrewd, cunning, cruel, vindictive was Bukawai, the witch-doctor. Frightful tales were whispered of the cruel tortures he inflicted upon his victims. Children were frightened into obedience by the threat of his name. Often had Thibaut been thus frightened, and now he was reaping a grisly harvest of terror from the seeds his mother had innocently sown. The darkness, the presence of the dreaded witch-doctor, the pain of the contusions, with a haunting premonition of the future, and the fear of the hyenas combined to almost paralyze the child. He stumbled and reeled until Bukawai was dragging rather than leading him. Presently Thibaut saw a faint lightness ahead of them, and a moment later they emerged into a roughly circular chamber to which a little daylight filtered through a rift in the rocky ceiling. The hyenas were there ahead of them, waiting. As Bukawai entered with Thibaut, the beasts slunk toward them, bearing yellow fangs. They were hungry. Toward Thibaut they came, and one snapped at his naked legs. Bukawai seized a stick from the floor of the chamber and struck a vicious blow at the beast, at the same time mumbling forth a volley of execrations. The hyena dodged and ran to the side of the chamber, where he stood, growling. Bukawai took a step toward the creature, which bristled with rage at his approach. Fear and hatred shot from its evil eyes, but fortunately for Bukawai, fear predominated. Seeing that he was unnoticed, the second beast made a short, quick rush for Thibaut. The child screamed and darted after the witch-doctor, who now turned his attention to the second hyena. This one he reached with his heavy stick, striking it repeatedly and driving it to the wall. There the two carrion-eaters commenced to circle the chamber, while the human carrion, their master, now in a perfect frenzy of demoniacal rage, ran to and fro in an effort to intercept them, striking out with his cudgel and lashing them with his tongue, calling down upon them the curses of whatever gods and demons he could summon to memory, and describing in lurid figures the ignominy of their ancestors. Several times one or the other of the beasts would turn to make a stand against the witch-doctor, and then Thibaut would hold his breath in agonized terror, for never in his brief life had he seen such frightful hatred depicted upon the countenance of man or beast. But always fear overcame the rage of the savage creatures, so that they resumed their flight, snarling and bare-fanged, just at the moment that Thibaut was certain they would spring at Bukawai's throat. At last the witch-doctor tired of the futile chase. With a snarl quite as bestial as those of the beast, he turned toward Thibaut. "I go to collect the 10 fat goats, the new sleeping mat, and the 2 pieces of copper wire that your mother will pay for the medicine I shall make to bring you back to her," he said. "You will stay here, there," and he pointed toward the passage which they had followed to the chamber. "I will leave the hyenas. If you try to escape, they will eat you." He cast aside the stick and called to the beasts. They came, snarling and slinking, their tails between their legs. Bukawai led them to the passage and drove them into it. Then he dragged a rude lattice into the place before the opening after he himself had left the chamber. "This will keep them from you," he said. "If I do not get the 10 fat goats and the other things, they shall at least have a few bones after I am through." And he left the boy to think over the meaning of his all too suggestive words. When he was gone, Thibaut threw himself upon the earth floor and broke into childish sobs of terror and loneliness. He knew that his mother had no 10 fat goats to give, and that when Bukawai returned, little Thibaut would be killed and eaten. How long he lay there he did not know, but presently he was aroused by the growling of the hyenas. They had returned through the passage and were glaring at him from beyond the lattice. He could see their yellow eyes blazing through the darkness. They reared up and clawed at the barrier. Thibaut shivered and withdrew to the opposite side of the chamber. He saw the lattice sag and sway to the attacks of the beasts. Momentarily he expected that it would fall inward, letting the creatures upon him. Wearily the horror-ridden hours dragged their slow way.